There's certain characters in movies where you just have this understanding going in that unless you get this right, you're actually jeopardizing the movie.
From the first minute of knowing that we were going to be working on The Hobbit, it becomes conscious in your mind that at some point in the journey you're going to be tackling this character.
Smaug was a frightening prospect because it's a character that everyone knows from Hobbit, everyone grew up with, and the pressure of bringing that to life, it's crazy.
How do you recreate the archetypal dragon that everyone is waiting to see and everyone has expectations of?
That's a hell of a thing to have, cooking around in your brain.
I mean, it's great going into a movie where people are literally excited to see a character. That's actually a privileged place to be, because you can make movies where no one actually gives a damn about anything. So you're actually find yourself making a movie where there's this huge excitement about this dragon, and then that's, the good part. The bad part is we have to deliver.
Tolkien was fascinated by dragons from the earliest age. He was obviously completely steeped in the heroic tales about dragons and mythical creatures, to the extent that he actually tried to write his own dragon story at the age of 7.
Tolkien loved dragons all his life, and he starts writing about Middle-earth, though he doesn't use that name, in about 1914, 1915. And his early writings are full of dragons. He thought dragons were the greatest foe a hero could face.
I can understand why he was so completely fascinated by them. They are creatures of immense power and cunning, as well as occupying both the air and the land.
I think there's not one culture in the world that doesn't have some form of dragons.
Dragons had been pervasive throughout ancient mythology as far back as any writings go.
I think the oldest mention we have of dragons would be from Babylon, when the universe was formed by slaying a dragon, so that we're talking 5 millennia before our period.
The classical legends are full of stories with dragons and great serpents. The medieval literature, full of stories about dragons, and Tolkien was very familiar with them. But at some point, people stopped taking dragons seriously.
Basically, dragons went out of style with the Renaissance.
At that time, we're getting into a very different world of more human foes. Shakespeare's heroes don't fight dragons, they fight each other. And dragons pretty much disappear out of mainstream literature.
Dragons returned to the stage in the mid-1800s. But all of these dragons were quaint, adorable, quirky, like the reluctant dragon who didn't want to fight the knight.
And Tolkien didn't like that. He wanted it to be more of the ancient dragons, an intelligent creature with its own goals and its own aims and its own nature.
He wanted to show that dragons were terrifying, powerful, fierce.
So for them to actually arrive in modern literature meant reaching back a millennia before that, back into the Dark Ages, basically, which is what Tolkien did. Smaug is a direct descendant of 2 notable dragons from mythology, starting with the unnamed dragon from the saga of Beowulf.
Beowulf was written down between the 8th and the 11th century, but it was in existence for a great deal longer than that in oral form, so it really is the first piece of actual English literature.
The Beowulf dragon is much more of a dangerous beast. There's no talking to it, there's no negotiating with it, it's just a pure force of violence. And what stirs it up is someone discovers the dragon and sitting on a pile of gold, a hoard of treasure.
So we have a hoard's worm asleep on a pile of treasure until he's aroused by a thief. Sound familiar?
The golden cup is taken, and that is what wakes the dragon and rouses it to fury.
And comes forth in a storm of flame and fire, and destroys villages.
Tolkien would certainly have been drawing on those influences from the Beowulf dragon. But his dragon, his Smaug, is much more like Fafnir from the Volsunga saga of Icelandic literature, which he loved so much.
Fafnir in particular is a talking dragon, the dragon which the hero Sigurd kills, which is an event commemorated in stone inscriptions all over Western Europe.
Fafnir did not start out as a dragon. Originally, he was a man, and he quarreled with his brothers over his father's inheritance and killed one and drove the other off so that he could guard the gold.
And the greed for that treasure eventually twisted his spine and elongated his jaw and transformed him into a dragon. And he spent his days asleep on this hoard in a cave until he was confronted by the young hero Sigurd, who lay in wait for him.
One of the things that Tolkien drew from the tale of Fafnir the dragon there was the power of language is also harnessed by dragons. Fafnir is hugely intelligent and cunning, and therefore able to use words as weapons.
One of the great scenes is the conversation between Sigurd, who has stabbed the dragon from below, and Fafnir, who is dying. Talking to a dragon is dangerous, and Sigurd knows that. Fafnir asks Sigurd who he is.
Svein och Svein, verium ertu Svein boren, vera ertu mara mögre.
And of course, Sigurd doesn't tell him.
Which is smart. The traditional story is you don't tell a dragon your name.
Because if you can use somebody's true name, you can enslave them to you.
Tolkien obviously remembered much of that in the conversation between Smaug and Bilbo, because Bilbo also won't tell his name.
Who are you, and where do you come from, may I ask?
But Bilbo finds it very hard to resist the dragon, and he says more than he should have.
Barrel rider.
Barrel. Now that is interesting.
But then, as Tolkien rightly says, Smaug had rather an overwhelming personality.
The dragon's power of speech is the power of seduction, of guile, of sowing doubt.
The coward, Oakenfield, has weighed the value of your life and found it worth nothing.
No. No, you're lying.
It's a very, very strong theme.
Tolkien has taken the best parts of these ancient dragons and put them into Smaug.
Professor Tolkien had enormous respect for the mythology of dragons and where they came from, and wanted them to be not just beasts or magical creatures, but beings, powerful beings, forces, in fact.
So, in a sense, Smaug is both the first dragon of modern fantasy and the last mythological dragon, if you like.
Of course, now that Tolkien has shown us the way, kind of post-Tolkien dragons, well, there's lots of them.
Tolkien may have created Smaug almost a century ago, but in the time since then, we've been treated to so many other dragons in books and movies.
We have seen so many dragons in so many films over the years.
The first one being Vermithrax from Dragon Slayer, that growing up was a huge influence.
It was a pretty spectacular piece of creature design.
Again, Rain of Fire, amazing creatures in that.
Rain of Fire dragons were definitely very successful in how they moved and you know, felt very much like a dragon should feel for a cinematic presence.
And so you've also got that to contend with, not just, you know, delivering the character that Tolkien wrote, but also delivering something that is different to what everyone else has done.
So there was a real challenge for us because Smaug couldn't look like all those other dragons. He is the archetype from which all modern fantasy dragons are drawn. But how do you then show the archetype without looking like you're just copying everything that's been done in the years before?
We thought about different designs, and you could do something very imaginative and unexpected.
He could go either this way of going something totally fresh and new and something that nobody's ever seen before.
Or give the audience something that they will instantly recognize as a dragon, but hopefully done better than we've ever seen before.
This is interesting. Maybe if it's just if it hasn't got quite this big chin. But anyway, you guys can do doodling away. I mean, I suspect it's going to be a bit of a long design process.
From the very beginning of working on The Hobbit, you've always got the thought in the back of your mind, what is Smaug going to look like? You know, it wasn't really helped by the fact that every time I'd run into people, it was like, wow, I can't wait to see Smaug. I can't wait to see Smaug. I mean, we were very much aware of this pressure on us, and the pressure was there a long time before we had a clue what he was going to look like.
But one of the things that he was very firm on was the scale that Smaug was going to be.
Peter said, I thought about it quite a lot, and I wondered what can be done to make him original. And I think he has to be big.
Because I just thought, well, if I was Bilbo, if I was a little hobbit going into this place, what would actually be truly terrifying? And I just thought, well, let's say he's massive. Let's say he's way, way huger than what you would ever imagine. No reason why he can't be. Erebor's a big place. I mean, Erebor's got plenty of room for him.
And we were saying, you know, but how big? And he's like, huge. It's going to be massive, this thing. But how big is massive? Well, we finally got it out of him.
Let's start with his head the size of a bus. So there's his eye, his nostril. That's what we're going to see, and let's just figure it out. And I can't think people, what? You know?
Everyone was just like, what?
That is insanely large.
Biggest thing in Middle Earth, you know, who knows what he eats when he's not living in the cave.
So we dutifully noted huge. Then several months later, Peter said, you know, I've been thinking about Smaug, and, you know, he's very old.
This is an ancient creature that has lived in these catacombs for a very long time.
And so he's a very septic, very toxic, rotten, corrupted beast.
So we dutifully noted once again, very old.
We all came around to very quickly realise that this dragon had to be a spectacle.
We were all desperately wanting to have a go at designing Smaug.
Peter was interested in seeing a huge plethora of different ideas.
Peter uses the workshop team as a sort of a think tank of ideas.
We have a lot of incredible artists, a lot of credible conceptual designers at Weta Workshop, especially that worked on Smaug, and you want to give them a certain degree of freedom. Good to just get a parameters of avoid this, avoid that, and then just basically let them go for it.
We went off on some wild and crazy journey, different wing configurations, different leg structures, head forms.
We explored some radically unusual concepts in an effort to try and find a unique trait or a unique physical characteristic for Smaug.
So I was thinking of a very kind of pointed and like rocky head formation on the top of his head so he could almost burrow through the tunnels under the mountain. And you can see bits of broken off bony structure because he has to kind of plow through cave systems to get out.
So these are a couple of my initial stabs at Smaug the dragon. I was trying something a bit more brutish and quite heavy set in the jaw, and he's been living in the Lonely Mountains for, you know, hundreds of years, and his skin started to peel away and his lips have started to erode.
I was thinking that some of his teeth have come out, and when he sleeps, the chemicals that make up his ability to breathe fire trickle out of his mouth like drool and actually combust, so you end up with a flow of liquid fire pooling around him as he sleeps.
I offered up a bunch of concepts early on of these sort of more dinosaurish looking dragons, some with feathers and triceratops-like crests and horns.
I was very much interested in the little pen and ink drawing that Tolkien did on his map. A design aesthetic that was a little bit more sleeker, a little longer, more serpent-like dragon.
Here was an idea that's kind of completely out there, which eyes on the side of his head like a hammerhead shark. Peter was thankful we went there, but I think he wants it a bit more classical looking. But yeah, I think that was a bit too out there for what he wanted.
Obviously, there's a million different ways you could go with Smaug, but in my mind, what you're going to end up with in that case is an alien creature, a monster. You may as well be on a Star Wars film or something. You know, to me, that wasn't the point with Smaug. Smaug is a dragon.
So Peter asked that we start with something very, very simple and just think about the basic form of the dragon.
Stripping back the dragon iconography to the bare minimum. And he referenced Komodo dragons as a very good example.
I wanted Smaug to feel old. And then I remembered documentaries and things I'd seen on TV with Komodo dragons where you get this kind of decrepit, wrinkly scale, skin disease. You sort of feel their ancient age.
There's some real personality in the bruteness of them, and they really have a nastiness to their face.
There's nothing comical about a Komodo dragon. I have a much greater fear of being bitten and held onto by a Komodo dragon and being poisoned by its rotting mouth than maybe being shredded by a tiger. For instance, I'm sure we all think about these things. I certainly do.
So slowly what tended to happen was the designs became more powerful. You know, he widened out a bit more.
An incredibly blocky, solid, powerfully built creature.
Stocky legs, a thick, heavy tail.
Certainly the way Komodo dragons move is a little unusual.
They're very lizard-like appendages that come out from the shoulder and hip sockets, that they actually walk in this rolling, quite unique way.
Where that changed in our design process was, I think, when Peter started to think about, well, we will see him when he first attacks the mountain, and for that, I want a more agile, youthful dragon.
So we ultimately did abandon the Komodo dragon idea.
Smaug's supposed to represent the archetypical dragon. So at this stage, we still don't know where his design's at. He's still a long way off.
And that is, you know, it was weighing on our mind. And honestly, there's that slight nagging thing. You wake up at 2 in the morning and you just think, what are we going to do with Smaug? What are we going to do with him? It's always that nagging fear in the back of your mind.
Sometimes you get stuck on one thing and you think, that's all right, I'll just leave it at that. But you never know what you're capable of until you push you that extra step further. We've still got a long way to go, so going to keep trying new ideas and keep pushing around.
There's some exceptional concept work. It could have been a number of things, but, you know, we kept looking and kept looking and kept looking. And finally, we started to make some progress.
Jamie came up with what I thought was just a beautiful bit of creature design.
He did this incredible maquette in, as Jamie does, in frighteningly short length of time. It definitely would have been in under a day. And it was just of the neck and the head in this wonderful serpentine shape.
I did something that was kind of a weird mixture between a crocodile and a snake, with the sort of neck sack that you would have on some reptiles, but trying to keep it sly and cunning.
There's an intelligence in that head in the way that you don't see when you look at a snake or a crocodile. It wasn't just a creature, it was a character all of a sudden.
I tried to add all the subtleties that would allow it to drive facial expression, so it needed to have more character.
The main thing Peter reacted to was the head and the angle of the jaw, which is something that very heavily influenced the final head shape.
Then I did a couple of body studies that had interesting areas of activity across its body.
I mean, maybe all these things could just, you know, they could sort of fold up as he's kind of express emotion. They kind of, you know, they sort of straighten up in almost in a threatening way.
I thought I'd be great if it could heckle up or flare, because it gives you far more capacity to invoke mood.
But he's definitely got an attitude, it's great.
Yeah, it's sly.
So what we saw coming back in was a crest of horns and scales that projected a long way off his body.
It all informed Peter in his thoughts, I guess, of, wow, this is looking cool and this is something we should run with.
Andrew Baker then took up the challenge to bring that into ZBrush, and then with his own design ideas as well, push it forward to the next step.
You slowly whittle it down from the big picture to smaller and smaller details. It's a bit like you're shopping and, you know, going around the shops and picking things off the shelf to, oh yes, I'll have one of those and one of those. Like that one's actually not too dissimilar to the one that we've ended up with.
Just making it feel a little bit more like a character rather than a creature as well.
Right.
There's a great deal of enjoyment in the process of broadly exploring a concept. But at some point, of course, the work has to be funneled down to the single defining idea. And that is driven by deadlines, the fact that Weta Digital still needs the time to actually turn it into a living, breathing creature that's going to exist in the movie. And in some cases, the design process doesn't quite find it by the time it gets to that deadline.
In August 2012, I think it was, Pete turns over the prologue sequence to us for film 1, and in that, he gave us a bunch of dragon shots. Some of those were fleeting glimpses, but then there were a couple of shots that included some high-level detail, such as the final shot in film 1 where his eye is revealed.
It was one of the last pieces of work that we had turned over to us. So that gave us 9 weeks to finish the whole thing.
We didn't even really have a lockdown design for him when we started pre-vising that sequence, and this is like 2 months before the film's released. They were still working on the design.
Any questions on this sequence? This little tiny sequence we have 8 weeks to do?
Do we have a design?
It's not. Workshop is working on it.
Right.
It seems like they're narrowing in on something, at least something that is going to be enough for the first movie.
The notes we got from Peter about that were, it was just about glimpses, knowing that it's a dragon, but just never really see him very clearly.
I didn't want to give away exactly what he looked like, so we kept him pretty fleeting, shadows and silhouettes. But the eye for Smaug, which we see at the end of the first Hobbit movie, I mean, we didn't have a dragon. I mean, we did not have Smaug. I mean, that was literally us realizing that we had to get Smaug on screen, and we hadn't got a design that I was completely happy with. And, you know, we didn't need to see the dragon. I mean, it wasn't a problem in that regard, but we did need to see an eye, so...
So it's quite an important shot. It's actually the closing shot of the film, so it has to simultaneously convey a lot of malice and malevolence, huge intelligence, a lot of vanity.
In all that, it had to have that kind of personality. You know, you had to be able to look into his eyes and really be able to see his soul.
So how you actually get all of that into a computer-generated eye is the task.
And it was at that point John Howe became heavily involved in Smaug and started offering amazing ideas.
See, I think that's too regular. I think we need something in that frame that will actually show that it's a dragon and not a huge big alligator.
Yeah.
To be involved with Smaug was something I very much looked forward to. Whenever I had a spare moment from working on post-production, I'd draw another Smaug. I was continually getting in trouble for doing Smaugs, and I was supposed to be working on this and that and this and that. But such a thing like Smaug, you can't just let it be happening next door without trying to help. So it actually comes up.
John is not only fantastic as an overall conceptual designer of creatures and worlds, but he also has an incredible fascination with the detail of things.
I did a drawing of Smaug's eye. Peter mentioned that he wanted his eye to feel very old, so the lids would be drooping and a very kind of crusty side to it with the wrinkles and the pouches and the scales and all of that. And we'd been thinking a lot about what shape his pupil should have. And I did this little pencil scribble in the corner of a drawing.
Which almost looked more like a keyhole kind of thing with a couple of like diamonds on the tips of the pupil. It was quite interesting.
We can see that we're starting to introduce some of John's artwork that he's done, which is really beautiful stuff. And, you know, John was really focusing on trying to come up with something so that when we see it, you're going to know it's a dragon. You know, you don't want to say, oh, is that a crocodile? Is that an alligator? No, it's definitely a dragon. Hey, Kevin. Hey, I just shot up something that you guys can review for the new eyes, like we talked about this morning. You know what Joe requested.
We can. We're going to show that animation today, so we can mention it. See what he thinks.
Okay, cool.
Does this have John's pupil?
Yeah.
Well, we can show it and just see what he says.
Okay.
It's a talking point. We need to do that at this point. So.
Exactly. All right. Thanks.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm not wearing any pants.
Hey. You're on they're videoing us right now too. So
You're on the DVD, Eric. Congratulations.
I'll talk to you later.
See ya. Thanks.
I'll call you back.
Good luck. It's a VFX supervisor there.
The dragon shot in the first film was the very last shot we finished.
Cool. It's very exciting to see Smaug come to life finally after all these years. It's time for that dragon to wake up.
There's always a last shot.
Fantastic.
And it is the last shot.
It is.
So we can't count them until you approve the
Oh, I see. So
they're not director approved yet, so we can't count them yet.
Right.
So something like this, which you're just going to say final to.
I don't think I have any choice but to say final. I think your odds are pretty good. I think your odds are actually quite good.
You always have a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks good. Okay.
Awesome.
All right, great. You sound like you want to get the film finished.
Lemonade fruit. All right, so I'm gonna go get John Howe. He's supposed to be here now. Just wanted to get everybody together as just like as a final thank you for everybody busting their butt on Smaug. Trying to wrangle these artists is like impossible. John?
Sorry about that.
We're in a meeting.
No, we're in the middle of, we got two meetings slapped in right at the same time.
All right.
thinking that we would be
So come on and have a drink with us and celebrate Smaug. Hey guys, this is just a big congratulations to everybody involved in the building of Smaug, especially John. Thank you so much for all your inspiration and all your work that you did on him. Woo! Yeah, it was literally done in a month. The trickiest part was the eyeball. You know, I think everybody knew that we just had to nail that eye. Because it was the last shot of the film.
The most difficult thing was to get John to stop drawing.
You plead not guilty?
Make it sound like it's all done, but no, it's just started.
It's more of a birth.
Yeah, it's a birth.
When we finally finished Smaug for film 1, we got him to a certain point, but we knew that there was a huge storm coming.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers to Smaug.
Well, thief, I smell you. I hear your breath. I feel your air. Where are you? Where are you?
The other secret weapon that we had for Smaug beyond his design was the fact that he is a talking dragon. We could use his personality to our advantage. And so we were looking for an actor that was not just going to sort of voice a dragon that we would imagine, a dragon would sound like. We wanted someone who actually would do something original, unexpected, something that was a surprise to us.
We both went up for it at the same time. We both kind of went on tape at the same time during the first season of Sherlock. So we both went in very early 2010. And I knew Benedict wanted to play Smaug.
Smaug was one of the characters that we cast quite early on. We were looking at some of the tapes, and a young actor called Benedict Cumberbatch actually sat down in a chair.
Well, thief, I smell you. I can hear your breath. So why don't you show yourself?
I guess my first point of call was going along to the Hubbards, which is the UK casting directors of great fame, partly because of The Lord of the Rings. I mean, they got Peter, all of that cast, and I put myself on tape with Dan Hubbard. And he said, look, I don't know, I think, just do one where it's just the voice. I mean, maybe just do one off camera. This is just for Smaug to start off with. But I'd imagined that it'd be motion capture. There might be a bit of that involved. He went, I don't know, I'm not sure, I don't know. And I went, well, I'd love to do a little bit. I'd love to do a little bit of action because it just helps with the voice.
You seem very familiar with my name, but I do not remember smelling one of your kind before. Who are you, and where do you come from, may I ask?
So I did a few head movements and sort of serpentine stuff with my neck and got the shoulders working a bit. And Dan went very quiet, and I went, too much. And he went, it was fine. It just, I wasn't expecting it. No, that was good. Just do one off camera. So I did one off camera as well.
Oh, yes, Barrel Rider. You may walk unseen, but you did not walk all the way on your own.
We couldn't see his head. We could only hear his voice. I don't think I knew what he looked like. I just heard this voice, and it was like, oh my God, wow, that's an incredible voice.
I ate 6 ponies last night, and I shall catch and eat all the others before long.
And then I didn't hear anything, I think, for about a year. And I got a call saying, they want you to play Smaug. Peter was like, why did you do that audition where we went on camera? We thought they hadn't framed you in, but did you do one off camera? And I was like, yeah, I did, because I was fucking told to by Dan Hubbard. He said, oh, that was strange. I said, well, I presume it's because it was at the stage where he didn't know whether it was going to be voiceover, so, I might ruin the chance of getting a part if you saw my fucking face.
It wasn't about what he looked like, it was about what he sounded like and what he was able to produce in a character simply by his voice. And he, knew Smaug. I mean, he understood Smaug as well as we did.
When I first met him, I said, look, I have to acknowledge here that this is going to be a second-hand performance. And he went, what? Oh, my dad read it to me when I was 6 or 7, and I was really lucky. My dad's an extraordinary actor, so he brought this already very rich, magical, visionary world of hobbits and giants and trolls and living out all the parts. He completely brought them to life. His Bilbo was very good, sort of free and skittish, but sort of also grounded and homely. And then Smaug was this amazing sort of gravelly, growling creature. And so I basically ripped my dad off for my performance. I really do owe him a lot. He's getting a cut.
Benedict came in at the start of Block 3, so the start of 2012, and what a way to kick off the year. We had a couple of days of motion capture.
A little bit of that, a little bit of just...
Got you.
Yeah, yep.
Cool.
He wanted to get inside the character. He really wanted to own it. He didn't want to just be a voice artist who came in after the fact and said the words.
You get the helmet on, and the helmet has a sort of Madonna-type headset thing, which is actually a camera which comes to here. This camera is really weird because it's right in your face. It's got a little circle of LED lights, so you're literally carrying around the actress's dream. You have your own little private kino. It's really nice, but actually it's very, very weird. And then you kind of have to forget it. And imagine yourself into a vast creature in a huge space when you're really crawling around on a grey bit of carpet.
Benedict's choices as an actor were definitely going to affect Smaug big time. And I said, treat it like you're playing the role. Don't think you're just providing the voice. Go in there physically, get what you can out of it. There will be head turns, there will be moments from that performance that you give that can be pulled out and extrapolated and will become part of Smaug's being.
I kill wherever I please, and none can stop me.
Sorry. We wanted him to have the ability to just freely explore the physicality of the character. And we could watch what he was doing as if it were a stage play.
And no doubt you purloined it for your filthy dwarf friends. When you get to play it live, there is an element of theatre to it because you do have a whole audience, even though they're watching and listening through very, highly skilled and attuned technology. You get the feeling that you're playing to them a little bit. I had a very strong idea of what he felt and looked and would smell and move like. I really did. But whether I did that in my motion or animation of my body, I'm not sure, but I knew in my mind what I was trying to do. I played it as an internal thought of, I am this, I am that, I can do that, I can do this, but whilst my body's going and just acting out everything that I'm thinking. You have to take a very big leap of faith and just think big, really.
So technically, Benedict's first reading of Smaug on the mocap stage and in the mocap suit wasn't required. We knew that we couldn't use his body movements and actually have them drive the dragon skeleton or drive the dragon muscles, but we were interested in just unleashing his performance and use that as clues to Smaug's character.
That's genuinely really exciting. You're being a sort of draftsman, or at least trying to hint towards how it should go. And that's what Pete wanted. He wants something to stimulate them into action and getting an idea of a flavour of character.
Benedict was interested in exactly the same ideas as we were, which is to make Smaug a psychopath. Forget what he looks like, forget how big he is, forget how many teeth he's got. His personality is scary. You're talking about Jack Nicholson in The Shining, you're talking about Hannibal Lecter, it's those type of characters. And what makes them scary is they're unpredictable.
You have nice manners for a liar and a thief.
They have that absolute ability to kind of be charming on one level, and then ultimately you feel the tension and the edge, and there's moments where he can barely hold his psychotic side in as he's trying to actually get to the truth.
This is some sordid scheme hatched between them and those miserable top-trading lakemen. It's an exhausting day. You are drenched, not necessarily because of the suit, but just because of the exertion, especially in the voice. There are lots of breaks for Gollum juice, as it's called. It's ginger and honey.
So after a lot of roaring and scampering about, I downed quantities of that and bits of sushi and other things like goat and dwarf.
I know the smell and taste of dwarf. No one better.
Can I try them on all the way through, Pete?
Good. That's good. That's great. There's some great stuff in there.
Okay.
Pete said, "Oh, that's great. I think we got some great stuff. I think that's good. Unless you want it." And I said, "Yeah, I'd like to do it all again." He went, "What the last scene? Okay." And I went, "No, all of it."
The king from under the mountain is dead. Where are the kin who dare seek revenge? I ate all his people like a wolf among sheep. I destroyed Dale. I laid low the warriors of old and instilled terror into the hearts of men. I kill wherever I please, and none shall stop me. So tell me, underling, how do you choose to die? I am fire! I am death! All must burn! Burn it must! All will turn to ash and dust! Ugh.
It was great to be able to just have a run and play the whole character in one fell swoop.
That was an extraordinary creative process to witness.
These guys aren't really. They've never done this faster before.
What's going on?
They're just trying to take my clothes off. It's fine. Don't relax. It happens all the time around here.
Bit by bit, though.
Bit by bit, exactly. It's a torturous process.
Before he knows it.
Yeah, to inhabit it physically. And it may just be my face and it may just be my voice. I don't know what the end visualization of the dragon's going to be.
The idea that we were playing with at the beginning was that he speaks to Bilbo, but it's a telepathic conversation, so Smaug's not moving his lips.
You hear me? Few in Middle-earth possess that power.
When we did the previs pass where Smaug spoke psychically to Bilbo, it just didn't work. There was just something about it that just didn't work.
There is something you carry that gives you that power.
Instantly, you just saw it and thought, no, let's start animating his lips.
Talking animals are hard to make work, to make feel real.
I was literally worried about the dragon with the moving lips, talking. Dr. Dolittle, I just kind of, without seeing it, it worried me.
So in January 2013, when we got back after our break from film 1, Peter and Fran were keen to see some animation studies that showed Smaug lip-syncing and speaking. Definitely everyone on the team was very enthusiastic about animating a dragon that would speak and bring the character to sort of amazing fruition.
Christoph had done an animation piece with Smaug doing some vocalization that Benedict had done on the mocap stage. And he had the mouth really working well.
My armor is iron. No blade can pierce it.
It was basically a proof of concept for all of us if we'll be able to deliver dialogue with this huge character. We try to focus on certain parts of the face, basically to convey emotions through eyes, brows, through nostrils. Christoph really just captured the essence of it, the power, the scale, but, the fine detail required to deliver lines.
My claws are spears. My wings are hurricane.
The very first time I saw it, I thought, yeah, okay, I can see this working. I think it's going to work just fine.
Having him move his lips and communicate was going to help him become a character.
And so everyone was feeling confident that, yes, we've got a design that's pretty solid, and now we can just build from here.
So February of 2013, we had to start building Smaug because we had to finish him in time.
Quite early on, when we would have our team Smaug meetings in my office, we would have other departments come and join us as well. So we had Andrea come over, who was doing a lot of the modeling on the dragon. In the shaders department, we'd have Guillaume come over. And then, of course, my textures team. Miriam Cotron, who was a lead texture artist on it. Miriam is my dragon lady. Ever since she came and started with Weta Digital, she was always into dragons. She's an amazing artist, and not just digitally, but also just a traditional artist. And her portfolio had all these amazing dragon designs on there. So I always knew in the back of my mind, I said, when we do The Hobbit, I said, I'm going to give her Smaug to look after. And working very closely together with John Howe. He's probably been chasing this dragon for longer than any of us.
The very first picture I drew of Smaug outside of high school, I suppose, would have been the cover for The Hobbit, which I did in the early 1990s. Quite a cute Smaug. But Smaug for this movie is something, very, very different.
So we had Team Smaug, working on this beast. And every couple of days we'd get together so that we can just kind of brainstorm, really. Front and back feet, wings.
Yeah, exactly. That's really, really cool.
We're actually not in too bad of a place, really. We got to get this in front of Pete to have him look at it, just to get a buy-off on it.
All right, cool. So we're heading up to the review now.
That was trying to move the wings farther back.
I mean, to tell you the truth, I'm thinking that one exercise we should do is to delete the front legs entirely, and use the sort of dragon with these are his front legs.
In one of the reviews, Peter was looking at it and said, he says, I wonder what he'd look like, and just with two legs.
I kind of think that you're going to have more expression if these are his arms than you are if these are his arms.
Gesturing and stuff.
Yeah, well, you'd make these joints into fingers, which I kind of think might be more sinister. When we saw this four-legged dragon, it started to look like a dog to me. It started to look like a puppy with wings. And I always thought the most creepy dragons are the ones that actually don't have four legs. Essentially, their hands are part of their wings, and they walk on with their wings. That's part of their legs almost. And they are the ones I find the most sinister. They're like predators. They allow you to put the dragon into a very predatorial pose. And that was a lot of what Smaug was going to be doing in this film.
And in March 2013, Peter decided that Smaug no longer had four legs, but two.
And at this point, it was quite a ways down the line, and we're going like, oh my God, we're going to change the design now.
Got everybody in a bit of stunned silence. But I think it's worth it. I think now's the time to do it very quickly while we're just getting the last of the shots sorted out.
John Howe quickly did some concept artwork, just showing what it would look like, and it was looking pretty cool.
So there's Smaug with four legs. It's a very traditional dragon, and this is Smaug with two legs. So once Smaug had finally decided how many legs he really had, you need to go back in and readjust the entire anatomy because it's not exactly the same skeletal structure anymore.
So what's happening at the moment, John?
A wing for Smaug, which I ambitiously started a little bit big, and now I've had to expand.
John had done a few sketches of the tops of his arms and how the fingers would kind of sprawled out, because just like a bat's wing, it's their hand actually. So they have their thumb, which is like a big claw here, and all these fingers here are long extensions of the bones, and in between there is the webbing that becomes the membrane for the wing itself.
We needed a couple of fingers to be free of the membranes so that Smaug could use them to make gestures. So that meant adding a sixth finger in order to give his wings enough span.
3 fingers that he could actually articulate with, and then an extra 3 fingers that he could use to control his wings.
And so these longer wing arms that we now had, we were able to pose fingers up onto some of the columns, which this always looks more interesting than this does, right? When all the feet are on the ground.
There's a lot of my hand in a lot of Smaug, basically because I had one here that I could draw, so I'd be looking at my hand in a mirror and trying to twist it into all these shapes in order to understand the possible structure. For several months, I had some reproduction skeletons of a harpy eagle and a bat crowding in on both sides of my computer and trying to figure out how to develop a structure for Smaug.
We used 2 elements from 2 different animals, and we combined those. We used a keel from a bird, which allowed us to give him a big, powerful chest, and we also used arms that are very similar to a bat.
There's reference of vampire bats walking. It's pretty creepy, actually. When they're walking, they're able to tuck their wings almost completely up along their arm joint. You almost don't even notice that they have wings. They just look like this crawling thing. So we use that idea with Smaug. You just always try and find something in nature that's even remotely close to what you're animating.
It was awesome because now not only do we have a dragon with an articulating face and lips and he can deliver lines, but he can act with his hands as well. So we had the full gamut of performance options with him. It did mean we had to go back to a couple of the shots in film 1 where you see him busting through the gates of Erebor in his initial attack.
They thought they could possibly get away with it, and we thought, no, some fan out there is going to say, hey.
It's got front legs. You know, you can see that.
You saw one specific shot where he was just charging forward through the ranks of dwarves, so we just went back into that shot even after film 1 had been finished, but before the DVD had been released, and we reanimated that shot with him walking with his wing hands.
Welcome back. This is Team Smaug. We got a new model. Thank you, Andrea. Yeah.
Finally.
We had this amazing model that came from the models department. Now we needed to enhance it, you know, with our textures and things.
It seemed to me to be very, very important to create the equivalent of armor on Smaug. And his body would have scales of different sizes.
It's been a lot of work going into making sure the transition from the top plates, which are quite solid and hard-edged, through to the final scales, making sure that the transition is seamless. So, you know, it's just looking at real-life reference and trying to adapt that to the dragon.
So I've got quite a huge collection of a lot of reptile stuff because as a kid growing up in Phoenix, Arizona, I used to raise a lot of snakes and lizards. In fact, I've even got a rattlesnake in my office.
Oh, this freaks me out.
What?
Look how cool this is. No, serious.
What? Man.
Have you seen this one? Yeah, I know. This one's like, it even sounds like one.
A team of 4 or 5 texture artists working for weeks and weeks, effectively hand-painted. It's like 1 million scales.
There was really nothing that was done procedurally. You know, we wanted to kind of stay away from that because we wanted it to have this, you know, realistic kind of look.
There was a great effort made in ensuring that all the scales would be unique. Every little bit of him would be realistic, and even the smallest scale should actually look like a real scale. And we had to paint a lot of them.
We had, you know, some literally microscopic kind of scales for when we were going to get close, you know, to him. We could see that there's scales within the scales within the scales.
And also, we need some artwork, don't we, on this missing scale too? It's what I mean. Is it there? Is it here? Whereabouts is it? It needs to look like it's a missing tooth. It's been dislodged and fallen out because it got pinged by the arrow.
Yeah.
So it actually needs to look like something's missing there.
So one morning, I came at work and checked my emails, and I saw there was one really simple drawing, and that drawing was done by Peter himself. So he did the scale positions and the missing scale, which was a really good guide to me to see how to build that missing scale.
So it is true. The idea that the dragon is armored, but only vulnerable in one spot, once again harks back to all of these tales, like Fafnir, where invincibility is bestowed in some fashion on a being, but there's always a flaw, there's always a weak spot.
No blade can pierce me!
The Smaug that we worked with on film 2 had to be a much older dragon from the one that we saw in film 1.
Here, this is a good example of just some of the dry skin that we're trying to get. We're trying to make it feel like, you know, he's constantly, just like a snake, he's constantly shedding his skin. And so we've got pieces that are just kind of flaking off.
He had a big scar in his lip. He had broken off horns. These minor details that helped to bring Smaug to life.
The pre-production departments, models, textures and shaders did such a fantastic job of building out Smaug the creature into one big, very detailed model.
The detail level of Smaug is crazy. To give you a reference, Gollum on LOTR was done with 5,000 polygons, and Smaug was done with close to 20 million polygons, I think, for the full Smaug model.
Something that came about a bit later was in the books, it's described that his scales are encrusted with jewels.
His long, pale belly crusted with gems and fragments of gold, from his long lying on his costly bed.
Because he's been lying in the gold and the treasure for so long, coins and jewels have become embedded and encrusted into the scales on his belly.
We weren't actually going to do that. We thought it's like, oh, we're probably not going to see it or anything. And it wasn't until I think the first or second trailer came out, Peter was getting some of the reviews, from fans and stuff. And one of the fans had said, he says, oh, and I think I could see the gold encrusted into his scales and his jewels. And Pete kind of freaked out a bit. He's like, oh, crap, that means that we're going to have to do that.
So it's fitting these little tiny gems and little tiny coins in between these gigantic scales and making them read as something other than just noise.
So because of that one fan that's out there, we did it. But it worked, and it looked beautiful in there. And so having all this super fine detail helps the success of all our characters become so believable.
It's really like I imagine it, actually, right now. That's very overwhelming to see it suddenly with colors and as you imagine it. That's really beautiful.
And now we have to bring Benedict, who is a very big performance actor,
No one better!
into this very, very detailed character.
How do you choose to die?
The one thing with Smaug that defines him, apart from other dragons, apart from his size, is really his personality. And that's what is truly interesting. And obviously Tolkien created that. I mean, just like the scenes with Gollum and Bilbo, we wanted to stick to the blueprint of the drama and the dialogue largely that Tolkien had written.
It's an important sequence. When Smaug is talking to Bilbo, it's reminiscent of the Riddles in the Dark sequence. It's this sort of one-on-one character study, really.
But of course, with Gollum, Bilbo was able to get on top of the situation.
What have I got in my pocket?
And with Gollum, I think you can. But with Smaug, he's kind of smarter than you are. He's been there for, 200 years, taken this over from the dwarves. He knows somebody's coming. He's been waiting. I mean, he's sitting there for 200 years on this gold, knowing one day somebody is going to want that gold. Dwarves, whoever. Someone is going to be back. And when that moment comes, it's this little hobbit.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to ADR for Smaugy Smaug. This is my insistence. Please pan to the left, and you're right, and you'll see this beautiful sheepskin floor, which I insist on. I wouldn't get on a flight unless I knew I was going to be acting on this. There will be nudity. This is not your usual ADR session. Smaug likes to slither about in amongst lamb wool. And I wonder why I get into trouble. No, seriously, this is amazing. So what's happening is we're sort of laying down the last third of Smaug scenes, and then that script's going to be finalised and go off to the West Boys, and magic will happen. So basically, I'm getting all the help I can to become the worm.
What you want to do is you want to create an environment that the actor feels that he can become the animal. And so we had a little kind of stage set up.
Well, we need him on a padded surface. He wants to be on his hands and knees. We had to get him up off the ground so that it gives him a sense of playing down to the character Bilbo. The wool was the quietest thing we could put here to make it comfortable from an acoustic point of view rather than scratchy clothes. Yeah? There's been a few jokes about pink fluffy handcuffs, but we haven't pulled them out just yet.
We then arranged a number of mics around him, but it became obvious that Benedict was going to move. He was going to do a lot of movement. He was going to assume the dragon, and he was going to be standing up. He was going to be crouching down. He was going to be doing the whole gambit. And so a lot of work went into working out a kind of a miking arrangement, which was basically wearing one of the motion capture helmets with the mics.
This goes on top of my head, and I look quite like I've got a sort of, it's like a Coldstream Guard cap, isn't it, in miniature? But that's a brilliant microphone, so I can move my head at any angle and articulate sort of his body movements without losing any sound record. So that's very unusual. And this is layered on top of what we've already done with motion capture as a guide to how he'll look and eventually sound, because obviously there'll be some distortion to my voice because I however many 100-year-old fire-breathing worm who lives under a hill, who can fly, who's very big. Getting there, but you know, there's only so much I could do on a Sunday morning, and yeah, we're about to start, I think, so I better put on the helmet and get going.
Yeah. Hello. Of course you can. Good. Well, I think we should start by just running that thing from yesterday a couple of times,
Yeah,
because
I agree.
that kind of leads you, the psychological, psychologically that leads straight into the next scene anyway. So we may as well get into that headspace, and then we can carry on to the next one.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Where would you like to go from?
It's Oakenshield, that filthy dwarvish usurper. So that's Q301.
From that spot. Standing by for take 1, 301. And here we go.
Oakenshield, that filthy dwarvish usurper. He sent you in here for the Arkenstone, didn't he? He weighed the value of your life and found it worth nothing. But it matters not. Oakenshield's quest will fail. The darkness is coming. It will spread to every corner of the land.
And cut.
Okay. Good. I mean, for me, I mean, I know you're worried about pace, Pete, but I mean, obviously you can condense the gap between the lines. I'm just giving it enough breath to be able to give the tone of it, but because it's just like a slow to me, it's like a slow Japanese water torch. It's like, I'm just going to tell you what the truth is. I'm going to plant this little seed and watch it grow in your mind as a fit.
There's actually, this has to be shaped quite carefully. There's certainly moments where it has to be heated and movement, and there has to be a sense of movement and physicality, but then it goes back to another getting in his head bit towards the end. Well, why don't we run the next chunk? And just
great.
just
Have a look at it.
And have a look at it.
Where does it go to?
Goes well.
How do you choose to die?
Yes.
Standing by to roll. Pitch is on.
I will not part with a single coin. Not one piece of it. My teeth are swords. My claws are spears. My wings are a hurricane.
That was great.
Yeah, that's good.
My claws are spears.
Smaug had to have a personality. That was obvious, which meant he needed to have all the subtle kinds of facial expressions that we're used to seeing in a dialogue scene. And that became really tricky because of the elongated shape to his head. And we realized that a lot of that comes down to the eyes and the mouth, as it does with any other character.
The biggest challenge is bringing Benedict's performance into an alligator almost. It's a big flapping jaw with very little flexibility.
With such a big mouth, you don't need to move it too much to really get words out.
And so what we really did is kind of pushed his whole performance to the front of his face.
So it feels like the front of his mouth is sort of mimicking a human face.
He has weighed the value of your life and found it worth nothing.
Wherever we could, we tried to honour Benedict's acting cues. And what I mean by that is we would study his video and maybe he would turn his head like that, or maybe he'd sort of lift his head back and look down his nose as he's reading the line.
Lovely titles.
He had some nice sort of head moves and things like that, and tilts that were very snide, and it really helped guide it even further as far as what sort of emotion Smaug had at that given moment.
Oh, I don't think so.
When you're looking at a performance, you're looking at the minutia of the face and how it's acting and how emotions cross the face and just little fine things that a great actor will give you that you don't even notice that you're watching.
So we had to make many controls that allowed us to have that level of complexity, but also express in a way a dragon would express.
We had a lot of animation controls within the facial puppet. His nostrils, all the brow shapes, lots of detail in his eye, his throat, His tongue, we felt like his tongue would need to have a lot of detail so that we weren't completely reliant on just lips moving.
And every part of the body can help tell the feeling of the dragon.
Even things like the spikes on the head, we realized you could use those sort of like ears. They helped with his expressiveness.
As he would be angry or whatever, that they could kind of flare out and things, and it was quite a very useful tool.
I think our little game ends here.
We wanted to make him feel big, and more than half of his body length is made up of his tail.
The tail can help us tell ideas behind what Smaug is thinking as he's talking to Bilbo. There's a couple shots where you can see in the background the tail does a little flick, almost in a playful way. That's something that everybody has seen cats do.
They'll sort of lash it around and show their frustration or anger, even if their face and their head is appearing to be perfectly calm.
All of these things, needing to move the tail in certain ways and the neck and head in certain ways and body, helped add to the serpentine quality of him, just sort of navigating through these tiny corridors and crawl spaces.
Peter had the idea of him swimming almost through the gold, being able to kind of dive through it and worm his way through it.
Tolkien loved playing with words, so the word Smaug was derived by Tolkien from an old German word, which I think is pronounced smugen, which means to slither through a hole, to crawl through a narrow space.
And I would add, it's also the past tense of the Old Norse verb, which hasn't changed very much, smjúga, which again means to creep in.
So that serpentine aspect is already hinted at, even in just his name.
No, Smaug, chiefest and greatest of calamities.
We're always keen to bring elements from the book into the film version. And one of the striking things from the book is when Smaug's eye opens, Tolkien describes a thin beam of red light, almost like a searchlight.
He was just about to step out onto the floor when he caught a sudden thin and piercing ray of red from under the drooping lid of Smaug's left eye.
So I put that into some artwork.
You could see this light coming out and scanning the room looking for Bilbo, like in the old Rankin Bass animated feature.
We tried to get that to work, and I think everybody sort of struggled with, what was it, like a laser beam that's coming out of his eye, It just looked weird.
It's a very hard thing to manage, because if an eye becomes a source of light, it's hard then to get the creature acting, because so much of the acting is going to be in the eyes. Although elements of it did end up in the film.
No blade can pierce me!
Using the eye glow was a way to sort of hint that he's a complete psychopath.
As the sequence was being developed, the layout of the interior of Erebor, had columns at fairly even spacings, and Peter was pretty happy with it. It wasn't until we started working on the trailer that Smaug sticks his head around from behind a column and eyeballs Bilbo. Peter thought that he just didn't look big enough, so we scaled up Smaug. I can't remember what the scale factor was, but it was significant.
So the scale of Smaug became 2 747s. Much, much bigger than we ever anticipated.
Smaug was feeling really crowded now within the treasure room.
So we had to get creative to find ways to make him fit and move within this environment.
And so we removed tons of columns. He's on rugby pitch size or football field size areas just so that we could get him posed.
You can even see in this particular shot, don't tell anyone, but the wing goes through the column. But if you go to the camera, you can't actually see that. But it does happen.
That was kind of a beauty of the design of the Erebor treasure room, was if something got too tricky or ugly, we could just get rid of a column.
I come from an architecture background previously, so trying to justify some of these huge spaces, it just never worked.
As a shot, what's more important, having columns in the right places or having a great performance out of your lead character?
But I think the thing with Smaug is that he has got this fairness going inside him. He is now a sort of like a moving, walking fire machine. I get the idea that when he gets angry, he heats up. Like it's like almost his flame is driven by his emotions, just about. And as he gets angry, when people get angry, their faces go red. When Smaug gets angry, his chest starts to glow, his flame gets out, and the flames become easier to blast out than they do when he's kind of sleeping. I wanted to build in a clue that the flames were coming, and it suited our purposes, certainly in telling the story, that you had a warning that he was going to breathe fire.
And so we did the sort of ripple effect through the chest, the neck, his eyes glow. So to be able to kind of build up the anticipation, so when the fire actually comes out, it's an event.
Take cover!
I was thinking about exactly how he was going to breathe fire and what the flames were going to look like. And, you know, what does a dragon who's as big as Smaug, what does his flame actually look like? There is no reference to it. But then I just happened to see a documentary on TV about the Levens projector, it's called. Now, it's something that probably very few people in the world have ever heard of, but it was a so-called secret weapon in the First World War. And there was only a few of them made. Basically, the British would make a tunnel linking big tanks of fuel underground. And then halfway towards the German trenches, they would make a hole and they'd stick this pipe up, a bit like a submarine periscope. And it was this flamethrower from hell. Honestly, it's the most frightening flamethrower that you will ever see in your life. Horrible, horrible weapon. But finally we had a reference. The Levens projector was the reference for a huge gush of fire.
So what we did was a fluid sim from the dragon of water, and then we ignited it as if it was a gasoline or a fluid.
So basically every time Smaug was blowing fire, he was projecting something around 150,000 cubic meter of flame.
We didn't get too much into how does this flame work? Like, is there a little pilot light that's always on somewhere and then he's shooting gas past it?
There's a fundamental and absolutely fascinating aspect to the whole idea of fantasy creatures. Do you need to explain every aspect of their physicality? So if you have a film with centaurs, for example, do you need to delve into their digestive system and figure out how a human mouth eats enough grass to keep a horse's body going? Well, I suppose you could find a scientific explanation, but that would just be terribly disappointing. And I think that Smaug's fire breathing falls into that same category. We don't necessarily need to know how he produces fire. He is a dragon, dragons breathe fire.
I wanted to make sure the fireballs had a sort of a physical presence, so that when the fire gets spit out and when the fire hits the floor, it's actually hitting something, almost like a bomb. And the first time we played this for Peter, he wanted to make sure that every fireball sort of had a vocal launch to it. One of the first vocals I actually did, it's kind of a funny one. I had done this presentation for my daughter's first grade school class, showing them how I could turn her into a dragon. Okay, yep, another one. So I recorded her roaring, and then processed it to sound like a dragon roar. When I went looking for other flavors for the fireballs, I decided, let's just see if that roar of hers worked. And sure enough, it did. So the first one we actually hear in the whole movie is actually my daughter roaring. So how cool is it that a 7-year-old girl can be Smaug?
Don't be shy. Step into the light.
What I've been working the most on this film is Smaug's voice processing, which is taking Benedict Cumberbatch's dialogue reads and processing them up a little bit to make them sound larger.
The thing about Dave Farmer is that he can make things kind of just appear quite effortless in terms of the way he will come up with a sound.
Here he's saying, I hear your breath. This is what the line sounds like without any processing on it at all.
I hear your breath.
So if I just add the processing to that only.
I hear your breath.
So you can see that that still sounds exactly like Benedict, but bigger, like a bigger girth to the creature. And then there's a whole other side of Smaug, which is the growls. I really wanted something new that people hadn't heard before. And the sound of an alligator when it's in mating season has the most incredible low-end gurgly bellow to it. They work perfectly for Smaug, in my opinion. They're different than lions and tigers, and it's not a super aggressive sound, but it sounds humongous. So what I've done is I've done some vocoding on some alligator growls using Benedict's voice to make the alligators sort of talk.
I hear your
And then I just add that in as a small layer right underneath the dialogue so that it just sort of bridges the gap between the alligator growls and Benedict's voice.
I hear your breath.
The cool thing is you can't really hear that there's an alligator bit in there. You know, if you take it away,
I hear your breath.
It's still pretty cool, but a little bit of something goes away. Just a slight bit of animalistic quality goes away.
I hear your breath.
So that's pretty much what I'm going for the whole time, is trying to have the alligator add to the creature aspect of the voice.
There you are, thief in the shadows.
One of the things that's interesting with what Professor Tolkien did with the storytelling is to put perhaps one of his largest creations up against one of his smallest creations.
Bilbo, the most inoffensive of creatures, and Smaug, the greatest danger living in Middle-earth, perhaps. And each one possesses something the other one wants.
So it's really Smaug's job as a paranoid psychopath to get into Bilbo's head and find out why he's there, who's behind him, what the motivations are. Is it Bilbo only? Or is Bilbo got a 10,000-man army waiting out the door? I mean, what is the real threat here?
You seem familiar with my name, but I don't remember smelling your kind before.
Smaug comes across as kind of upper crust English person. When he first starts talking to Bilbo, he has slightly evasive quality of the voice, you know. You seem to be, I don't seem to remember. That sort of suggests, you know, maybe I'm not sure about this. Maybe you'd like to correct me.
Who are you, and where do you come from, may I ask?
Perhaps that might not be such a good idea. I think Kipling, in one of his poems, he said, "Oh, beware the English when the English grow polite." Yeah. Dragons too, actually.
You have nice manners for a thief and a liar.
It's very difficult to lie to him, very difficult to try and manipulate him. You can't flatter him. So really, it's about his weaknesses. What are his weaknesses?
Like all the best villains, for want of a better word, there's a vulnerability to them because there's something that's weaker than the hero. His weakness really is avarice, it's vanity, it's pride.
Smaug obviously regards himself as socially very superior to Bilbo and indeed everybody else. But his weak spot, as Bilbo seems to realize, is that no dragon can withstand the fascination of riddling talk. If you can intrigue them, it attracts their intelligence. They're like a puzzle.
Through the air, I am he who walks unseen.
Impressive. What else do you claim to be?
And as long as you've got them interested, they won't toast you.
Smaug has the ability to extract these bits of information from a very reluctant Bilbo, and he slips up and he mentions barrels.
Barrel rider.
Now that is interesting.
Smaug therefore sets about quite quickly to undermine Bilbo. Well, why? Why would these people send you in here? Do they really care about you? I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't do that to my friend.
You are being used, thief in the shadows. You were only ever a means to an end.
Smaug is able to create doubts in Bilbo's mind about his companions, who he's been on the road with for almost a year. He really knows and trusts the dwarves by this point. Smaug, in one conversation, is able to undo some of that.
Bilbo can hold Smaug off for a little bit, but in the end, of course, he goes too far. And suddenly, Smaug, you might say, drops the mask and becomes his real self.
You think you could deceive me, Barrel Rider? You have come from Lake Town.
Smaug should, in any other sort of universe, immediately squash Bilbo.
Wait! You cannot go to Lake Town!
And yet Smaug realizes that he can inflict a lot of pain upon this little person by destroying Lake Town, whereby Bilbo will probably carry that with him for the rest of his life.
I am fire. I am death.
When we finally saw Smaug in the movie, the sense of joy and delight in what Smaug ended up being is fantastic.
It's amazing just how quick all this time has flown by from the very early meetings that we had with Workshop. To finally see him in some of these shots, he's become quite a character.
There was so much pressure behind Smaug to bring him to life. When I watched the film for the first time at the premiere in LA, I felt like, wow, we actually did it. I didn't think we could. And we had a great voice behind it, which made a huge difference.
You've got a world of top craftsmen and artists bringing what in my childhood imagination was brought to life by my father's voice. It's kind of a surreal experience.
My teeth are swords!
To me, I realized after 2.5 years of worrying that ultimately it wasn't anything to do with how big he is really, what color he is, how many teeth he's got, what his wings are like. I think when people look back and just remember Smaug from our movie, what they're going to remember is that personality. Smaug is a character, and he's a character because of what he says, how he says it, and that's what makes him Smaug.
Smaug is the greatest of all Tolkien's dragons, probably the greatest of all modern literary dragons.
There's such a lot to be said about the whole theme of dragons. They've been a part of culture forever, really. And chances are that's why we find them so appealing, because they're us.
Beorn is a really interesting character in The Hobbit because there's nothing quite like him in Tolkien's earlier writings.
Even though it's just a children's story, it was written as an adventure for his own children, he's still packing it with the most amazingly rich and wonderfully powerful characters.
The character of Beorn from the book is this giant, powerful, dangerous character, but he also is very gentle in his own right.
You can read The Hobbit and think, oh, Beorn's sort of a big, jolly woodsman. But behind that, there's a much fiercer Beorn, whose story isn't really ever told. But there's a hint of Beorn's true nature in the book.
A goblin's head was stuck outside the gate, and a warg skin was nailed to a tree just beyond. Beorn was a fierce enemy.
I think that's Tolkien's hint as to what he could have done with Beorn had he not been writing a children's book.
I said once that Beorn was the least invented character in Middle-earth.
Tolkien more or less created Beorn out of old legends, out of old folk tales, out of lost tales that he reconstructed.
First thing, Tolkien was fascinated by the Old English poem Beowulf.
Beowulf is the story of one of the great heroes of the North, and he goes on a journey to defeat the monster Grendel.
What does Beowulf mean? Well, in Old English, it means the wolf of the bees. And if you've read Winnie the Pooh, you know that the wolf of the bees is the bear. And Beowulf, although in the epic he's a perfectly human hero, he's very like a bear. He's terribly strong. And he says, when I killed the Frankish standard-bearer, my warlike grasp broke his house of bones and crushed out the pulses of his heart. Sounds like a bear hug to me.
In addition to Beowulf being a likely source for the character Beorn, there's also the Old Norse saga of Bothvar Bjarki, who was the king's champion, and in the great battle in which the king finally dies, Bothvar Bjarki manages to summon up a giant bear.
The bear was Bothvar's sending, a kind of astral projection of himself, which is knocking people down and biting them and crushing them to death. Now, there's 700 years between Beowulf and the saga of Bothvar, and there's not the slightest possibility that the author of the saga knew the poem Beowulf. But they've both got the same bear's son kind of character, so the bear's son fairy tale must have been there from way back.
We know that there was once a story called the Bjarkasmal, a folk tale, about a feral child raised by bears that goes all the way back to the legends before recorded history.
It takes the whole notion of the universe back to such an archaic period. Some of the first images we have are of bears. Some of the first sacred burials have bear skulls. So what was man's relationship to bears? Tolkien touches on it with Beorn.
Tolkien, I think, is like a fossil hunter who finds a bone here and a bone there, fragments of the ancient legends and the ancient myths. And I think that Tolkien actually worked out his own idea of what the Bear's Son fairy tale must have been. The thing about Bear's Sons is maybe they have an option. And the option is they are Egi Einhammer. They are people who have more than one skin. Well, that's Beorn, isn't it?
Professor Tolkien, he's drawn on a lot of different sources in order to create Beorn, but he is, in and of himself, quite unique to the mythology of the Hobbit.
Beorn lives on the edge of Mirkwood on his own, surrounded by animals. He's kind of a farmer, very much a kind of guardian of the woods and the pastures.
He really is something of a hermit. To some degree, he is not on anybody's side. I mean, he literally is suspicious of anybody.
You don't know if he is your friend or enemy. He is not what he seems. He's quite a dangerous guy, actually. Even in his human form, there is something wild about him.
Standing near was a huge man with a thick black beard and hair, and great bare arms and legs with knotted muscles.
Most depictions of Beorn up until now have been really sort of a big, tall, mountain man kind of frontier figure.
We definitely went back to the original descriptions of how he was portrayed and described by Tolkien. That was our sort of starting point.
We wanted to see how far we could push this wild, frightening quality as a man where you're really not quite sure what way he's going to go.
I actually really liked this idea of the kind of big sideburns, the wild sort of sideburns. It did give him a little bit more of a bestial kind of feeling.
Ultimately, one Nick Keller illustration really captured a beast-like nature into his demeanour.
I was trying to explore a wild quality to him, something a little bit animalistic about it, but still kind of a noble carry. And his costuming in that illustration was simplistic, but not unsophisticated.
But it wasn't until Michael actually was cast and we started thinking about him as Beorn that we really started to get a lock on what he could be.
Hi, my name is Michael Persbrandt, and this is a screen test as Bjorn in The Hobbit. We did a screen test in my house in Sweden, Scandinavia. My people were the first to live in the mountains before the orcs came down from the north. They killed most of my kind. And I did that, and we waited a couple of weeks, and then they called and they wanted me to fly down to London to the additional screen test with Peter. What did you do with them? Tell me, or I will tear you apart with my bare hands.
When Mikhail auditioned, he had a sort of a sense of an animal kind of strength, and he really felt like he wasn't quite of our world.
Beorn has this air of danger, like it could explode at any time. And Mikhail helped with that perfectly in his portrayal of Beorn because he was a bit scary.
I went in to meet some wolves in a wild park before I came here, and I sat down, and the leader wolf came to me and was talking to me in a way. Doing this with his teeth around me. And I was not afraid of him because I have this belief in myself that I can break his neck, of course. 1 week later, he ate up his keepers. One of them, yes. She went in, she was probably stumbling over something. And when you fall, they have to react on it as something is clicking in their head. They went for her. Dead, super dead. Same thing with Beorn. Don't stumble around him.
So you specifically went to see those wolves as part of your research?
No, I was just there with my kids.
He's really intimidating, but not when you get to know him. He's great.
He's such a charmer. He's brilliant. Mikhail, what an extraordinary actor.
Dory and Ori, at your service.
I don't want your service.
And a Swedish Hulk. You know, he's the sex symbol of Sweden. Yeah.
I'm a dirty animal.
When you think about the practicalities of an animal turning into a human being or vice versa, you'd expect to see some kind of traces or some kind of evidence of it on either side.
The question with Beorn really was how much of the bear is in the man. And so we looked at different ways that we could treat his beard and his hair and having some bearish qualities in his face even when he was in human form.
Peter wanted the man not to be just an ordinary man and to add in this kind of animal elements.
I imagined his hair running all the way down his back. It's a way to sort of emphasize that he's not fully human.
When we came to designing the hair for Beorn, Peter came over to the makeup room. He said, I don't want it to look like Grizzly Adams or anything like that. He wanted a cross between a human and something that could become a bear. And then he said, we've got so much hair in the movie, is there something else we can do? So we came up with the idea of actually using horsehair, because it's coarser. It's to give it an animalistic feeling, but actually still a man rather than an animal. When we made the wig and the facial hair, which was like two huge, almost 19th century beard things, but they were shaped in such a way to look otherworldly.
Looks kind of human, you know, kind of. A little bit strange, too. It's like a mixture between some hard rocker from the 70s and a horse in full speed. It's me and Rod Stewart.
When Michael first arrived in New Zealand, we revealed to him that it was our intention to put him in some type of prosthetics, which it's fair to say he was a bit anxious about.
I don't actually think Mikhail knew what he was in for. Peter Jackson likes to change appearances and push the boundaries.
I did some head casts and stuff in London, and then I started to realize there might be ears, there might be new nose. If I'm lucky, I get a six-pack in the end.
He brings his own six-pack.
Yeah, I was more than I expected, but still I got away easier than some of the dwarves.
I like the idea of something with his nose, bridge of his nose, to make him feel like his bone structure wasn't quite human.
We're trying to give him the impression that his nose is more bear-like. He has this incredible dignity about him.
We started off with the most extreme, working towards the most subtle.
This is the old one. And that's what we sculpted it back to.
Okay.
And that's what's on his face. But aren't we trying to evoke an animal in his nose?
For me, it's how sympathetically he read.
And a more bright-eyed...
We chose one that was a little bit Eric Roberts, boxer nose kind of way.
And then Beorn had teeth made at Weta specifically just to give them something to change the structure of his own beautiful white teeth.
We gave him two fangs, slightly animal fangs, but they're just enough to sort of, if you get a glimpse of them, you know that he's scary.
It makes it a little bit sharper in the corners, up and down, like a bear.
Don't chase him up there.
So I'm happy with saying that it's only a nose job and teeth. And that happens to many people in Hollywood, I think, they shapeshift a lot there. And now I want to get this rid of. Luckily, I can take it off when the day is done. This feels like taking off your ski boots after 10 hours in a ski slough.
I love Mikhail. I mean, the man's covered in tattoos of his own accord. They tell a story of his crazy life.
Have they all got meanings or not?
Yes, they have. All except one that I took away.
Oh, that's what that's
That was a full moon party in Thailand.
It was a what? Full moon party in Thailand?
It didn't have much meaning, that one. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, go on.
And I said, and here you ran, the whole world. No, I can't. The whole world. No. But I got this. He didn't do that. I was so happy when I woke up by the pool. Yeah, okay. Thank you for today, girls and boys.
In terms of a design brief for Beorn's costume, we were very much looking at a character who is self-sufficient, very masculine, very rugged.
Just so long as it doesn't feel like it's falling off his shoulders, it doesn't...
Yeah. You're right, you don't want it to look like it's about to fall off.
I think we should put an extra hole up there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already there.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, there you go. You see, you were thinking ahead. Holy God, look at that.
With Beorn being, of course, an animal lover and a shape changer and basically an animal himself at times, we had to be very aware that we couldn't use any animal products in his costume making.
The idea being that Beorn lives in harmony with the animals that he cares for. They're his friends, and so he doesn't use animal skins or anything like that. The only things he'll use are things that the animals can give away, like a little bit of wool that's cast off or something like that.
In the tunic itself, we created a net.
We're weaving Beorn's tunic.
How many of those little knots have you tied today? Thousands and thousands.
That he then wove through the wool that had come off his sheep and the various goats that may have been caught in the brambles, and he just roughly rolls it together and threads it through. So we wanted it to be something that he had created in his own sensibilities, but he also needed to have a sense of a civilization that he belonged to, a culture that he had.
My people were the first to live in the mountains before the orcs came down from the north.
The idea that Beorn comes from the north, I think one of the things about the acoustic choice of using Michael's Swedish accent, he's definitely from somewhere that is very different from everyone else that we're hearing on screen.
You will leave my opponents before you enter the forest. I will collect them. You have my word.
Mikhail's Scandinavian, and I think having that accent sort of added something to him as well.
Apesome.
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 Awesome.
Awesome.
Apesome, awesome.
Obviously, my English is not tip-top. Oh, that's the mice. Mice. One mice, two mouses. No?
One.
I had to go back to school.
And so using Michael's accent, you do have a feeling that there is a whole other history to him.
This character, Beorn, is one of a kind. It's not like you and me. He's something else.
You're half animal still. You might have physically changed, but your psychology, your whole emotional state is still very much a bear.
The whole idea of being able to change into a bear is a specifically Norse concept. It relates to the berserkers.
The berserkers are a really interesting part of Viking history. The name comes from berserk, bear shirt, because they fought like animals. They fought like bears.
They can enter this extraordinary state of rage brought on by extreme necessity in battle.
The human berserker is a male soldier that is fighting and reaches that level of bloodlust and insane, crazed mentality. And Tolkien definitely visualized in Bjorn the absolute extreme of that, where he just goes into this animalistic, crazed, killing frenzy.
Bears are tricky because, there was a TV show when I was a kid called Gentle Ben, which the hippie Tolkien fans are all going to remember. And all the way through the Beorn discussions, I just kept thinking, he can't be Gentle Ben, he can't be Gentle Ben.
The original brief for Beorn in bear form was to experiment and to go wide. Obviously, a bear is a starting point for him, but Peter was interested in seeing a range of different designs.
Every evening I would go home and do a Beorn sketch or two. And often it's the very quick, loose sketch which opens up more possibilities.
So Peter asked us to try a broad array of were-bear-like creatures.
The term werebear stuck. Instead of a werewolf, he's a werebear.
We started out doing a lot of stuff that was pretty monstrous. So when he was in his bear form, he was really, really freaky looking and kind of distorted.
Peter was interested in seeing different amounts of bear to human proportions and various body parts.
His spine may distort, even his face and his jaw may be offset so that you end up with this quite hideous creature that is not of our world.
The only thing I'd say about that is that I think the arm difference is too pronounced. It feels a bit like a genetic experiment gone wrong. It just doesn't quite have the naturalness that I think it needs.
We're kind of like horrible Frankenstein doctors in a way.
Gus Hunter had done these amazing drawings with the torn away fur revealing flesh underneath. And that ultimately led to the beautiful maquette that Jamie Best-Warwick did.
Bjorn in his final bear form, hopefully. There was a maquette that I've done that was sort of mid-transformation. So he was going into sort of an absolute berserker rage. Then the design shifted.
The werebear designs definitely started looking in a bit more in the grotesque realm, which is why I think we moved away from that area. It was very difficult to try and make it feel sublime and add any of that regalness to the design that I think he warranted, being that he wasn't a villain.
Fram felt quite firmly that a reconsideration needed to be given to maybe there is a simplicity and a respect back to the original literature of Bjorn becoming just a bear.
So it's, okay, well, he's got to be a bear, but do bears in Middle-earth look exactly the same as our bears? I don't think they have to at all. This is like, an ancient version of our world, and so we looked at prehistoric bears, because obviously bears did have wonderful iterations in prehistory that ultimately evolved into the bear of today.
One of the things that Peter responded to with the design was bulking him up and making him a lot bigger. We made really big shoulders and also playing with that motif of the hair, bringing right up to the shoulders, so it made him feel very powerful.
We always felt like, let's give him some of those personality traits like you would see in his human form. So you would make that relationship.
So something like the hair was playing up to that mohawk and the sort of sideburns that come down, which made him feel a little bit more like Bjorn the bear rather than just any other bear.
The bulk of the final design was done by Andrew Baker, and Weta Digital ultimately took it over as they built Bjorn the bear, as we see in the movie.
As we got into the final stages of the design of Bjorn, Peter decided that he could be more dramatic, and John Howard did another pass on the design at that stage. That gave him a hump behind his head, more like a wild boar than a bear. We took his fur and made it mangy and matted, and we worked in the scarring on his face and on his body, and then his fur colour changed to being very black. And it's just another way of making him look scary and formidable. But at the same time, it adds this history to his character, this backstory, where it feels like he's been in battles.
Yeah, we certainly deliberately try to make him a little bit more dangerous looking, so we actually changed the bone structure of the bear.
We did change some of his anatomy. His knees were in slightly different position. His haunches were a little bit lower than a normal bear. And this was really so we could change the way his stride was.
Bears kind of run with a hop or a gallop, where the front feet land at the same time and the back feet land at the same time. And it's not the scariest thing to look at. It never looks like they're really charging, they're just galloping along. So we went and took a pass on quite a bit of the animation just to break up the feet.
When we copied real bear cycles, it was really only 1 foot off the ground ever. When you see Bjorn running, we had 3 feet off the ground and only 1 touching, more lion-like, so it's barely touching the ground. We really wanted him exploding out of the trees.
Open the door! Quickly! So one of the challenges we had in dealing with Bjorn as a character, as a man and as a bear, we wanted some certain physical characteristics to tie the two together.
Mikhail has these piercing blue eyes, and we originally gave Bjorn the bear the same piercing blue eyes.
Because we were actually making the bear digitally, we thought, let's try giving the bear more human eyes. But these very piercing blue eyes didn't help the bear to look menacing.
Very late in the game, we decided that his eyes looked too sympathetic. So we made Bjorn the bear's eyes this deep chocolatey brown. But then we also went through and replaced Bjorn the man's eyes to give his eyes a slightly more animal feel.
So this is Bjorn as he was. So this is what we had when we started. Those are the actor's eyes. Here's where we're going to change the colour of those irises and then making the pupils bigger. What we had before was that, and there's the change. And you can see most of the sclera hasn't really changed, it's just the iris and the pupil. We also made some changes to his hair. We made it a little bit less high.
And once we started seeing it in lots of shots, it started to draw too much attention to itself. So Fran and Pete really wanted to do was to squash it down some. So we actually ended up flattening his mohawk and just bringing it in a little.
And we added a bit of greyness and some, some sort of streaks and darker bits and lighter bits. But the big job is the eyes.
The stroke of genius of transferring the bear's eyes to Bjorn just shifted him into a completely different zone. That was a very, very remarkable and very, very successful decision.
Bjorn is a special character because we never really meet his like again.
In The Lord of the Rings, there's a reference to a character called Grimbjorn, who's described as being Bjorn's son. And he's a Bjorning, who are the people that live in this realm. What isn't exactly explicit is whether or not they have the ability to skin change the way Bjorn does, and it's left for the imagination.
Therefore, we're free to interpret, but maybe that's on purpose because, that's what myth and imagination are all about.
Tolkien really, I think, intentionally left Bjorn quite undefined. We don't know what happens to him after the adventure of the Hobbit. Does he wander off into the mountains and disappear? Does he turn into a bear one day and then never change back?
There's something very dark and sad about him, I think. But you can't forget that character.
It's actually very moving because you realize when Bjorn is no more, then Middle-earth will be very, very different.
The Hobbit was my favorite book when I was a kid, and the massive, terrifying spiders left such an impression on my young mind that they were one of the only things I could actually remember when I was trying to call back the Hobbit to get ready for this job was those spiders in Mirkwood.
At once, the whole lot of them came hurrying after the Hobbit, along the ground and the branches. Hairy legs waving, nippers and spinners snapping, eyes popping, full of froth and rage.
The thing about spiders in Tolkien's world is that they're not just these little tiny creatures that we're used to in our world. They represent a truly primordial evil in Middle-earth.
Giant spiders go back deep into the base of Tolkien's mythology.
The first spider that we read about in Tolkien is Ungoliant, and indeed so mysterious that we don't even know how Ungoliant came into being. A creature from before the time of the world.
Essentially, she's this massive darkness in the form of a giant, ever-hungry spider. I mean, I kind of think of her as the personification of a black hole. She just absorbs everything.
The Spider of Night, she's called. She is like a force of primal chaos.
The world at that time in Tolkien's writings was illuminated by these two trees. There was a golden tree and the silver tree, and under that light the elves and the Valar lived.
Ungoliant is so powerful that it is actually able to suck the light out of the two trees of Valinor, those two burning symbols of the elves.
And then back in the darker days, from Ungoliant, basically her descendants were what populated Middle-earth. The most notable of which is Shelob, that appears in, of course, in the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Frodo and Sam encounter her on their way up Cirith Ungol.
Shelob, passing on her way to Cirith Ungol, had produced massive, monstrous offspring. And those are the spiders that we see in Mirkwood.
The animosity between the elves and the spiders in Mirkwood takes on a whole nother level of seriousness. I mean, these guys are not just pesky animals that invade their kingdom. They are the spawn of the great enemy of the elves, the one who took away the light that they lived under.
All these spiders filled with this monstrous appetite to eat everything in their path. Professor Tolkien, as a very young child, came upon a tarantula that bit him. He said later in life that he was no longer frightened of spiders, but that fear of spiders permeates the stories.
There are a lot of people that are afraid of spiders. And if people are afraid of spiders that are that big, if you run into spiders as big as people, that was just inherently scary. So Tolkien doesn't have to have been an arachnophobe himself to have spotted a lot of people are scared of spiders.
It was many, many years before we got to even dream of working on Lord of the Rings, I discovered that Peter was an arachnophobe. The first movie working with Pete was Meet the Feebles. It's actually really hard to imagine he is, because he's just unfazed by things in the world that could cause us harm. But Tanya and I were visiting him one day, and he asked if we could go and help him clean out some old wood out the back of the garage. And out of the woodwork dropped a huge spider. Just a everyday New Zealand spider, but it was a whopper, and it had obviously exactly the right attributes that set off Peter's arachnophobia.
I mean, I just cannot stand spiders.
Initially, the brief for the Spiders Mirkwood was to give Peter something akin to Shelob, obviously not a direct copy of, but something within that ballpark. And that was where we started.
But when designing a spider that's going to live in the trees, as opposed to what we see in Lord of the Rings, Shelob, which is a cave-dwelling spider.
The Mirkwood spiders are the provincials compared to what might be the royalty that Shelob represents. They're almost like lower class.
The way they came across in the book was sort of like little old ladies kind of struggling and arguing.
I almost imagine when reading them that there was this sort of group of old witches, but that just there were these maniacal, horrible creatures that were sitting there with far too much time on their hands creating horrible ideas.
What nasty thick skins they have, to be sure, but I'll wager there is good juice inside. Aye, they'll make fine eating when they've hung a bit.
They are not only terrifying, but also they're thinking, and there's definitely an intelligence and a malevolence behind, the thought.
Kill him now, let us feast, feast.
This time round in Mirkwood, it was an opportunity to literally go into the heart of the spider's nest. So, I mean, when I'm in the garden and I see kind of a bush with a spider's nest sort of spun into it, and it's all sort of a strange little network of webs, it kind of freaks me out. I can just imagine, thousands of little tiny spiders sort of breeding in there, and one day they're all going to come out. And I don't like that stuff.
We looked at a lot of the sheet web type spiders as far as how they would spread their webs around everywhere. But you see them in those trees, the webs just covered the entire tree. Was something we were looking at as far as how the spiders, their nests would just take over this forest, as it were.
So with the spiders of Mirkwood, they live and traverse through this tangled mass of foliage and web. And that started a wonderful and quite lengthy design process.
Everybody had a lot of fun exploring wildly different spider shapes, from scaled up jumping spiders with huge eyes to really spindly things that look like daddy long leg spiders, and spiders that are covered in camouflage that blend into the forest, giving potentially a chance to have them unfold from the trees in some quite dramatic way.
I wanted them to have beards. The older ones would have these long beards. I think it would have been quite extraordinary.
We did do a wonderful, wonderful exercise of looking at a lot of footage, a lot of photographs, and it was just like a lot of spiders. Oh, Jesus, I hate this. I hate them. I guess looking at a photo, it's not so bad as having them crawl on your bed, but, which would have really freaked me out.
One of the things that we did for our research is that I was introduced to this gentleman by the name of Phil Servid, who works at the Te Papa Museum, our national museum here in New Zealand. And what Phil does is that he's an arachnologist. And he's a spider guy. He's Spider-Man. So we got to go into his office, and he's got all these containers all over the walls and all these spiders and things in jars. You'd feel something kind of crawl on your neck. You get a little itch or something.
Here's a little male all-web spider, freshly caught this morning. Basically, I got out a whole bunch of spiders one day. We looked at them under the microscope to give them some idea of the close-up detail on spiders. You won't see that stuff with the naked eye, but you start seeing that when you look at it under a microscope.
So all that stuff it was brilliant to have. It was just, a great reference to have and to look at.
The main reference we got was a wolf spider, somewhat more nimble and more agile, moving through the trees.
Wolf spiders are active hunters, so they run around. They don't create a web and then sit and wait for something to come into it. So they're very, very aggressive, athletic-looking spiders. They've got quite long legs for their body size.
And then for the jaws of the spider, we were looking a lot for camel spiders because they really have a second set of jaws at the bottom that come out and grab the prey like that. They have a terrifying front set of mouths. If anyone ever Googles them, I'd probably suggest not. But
So the final spider was inspired by a number of different spiders, and the final design went through to Weta Digital for them to do their work on it.
Once we get a creature from workshop, we tend to start spinning it around in the 3D world, show it to Peter again, and a lot of times he'll say, this is the right idea, but once I see it in 3D, let's change the design some.
So the basic design of the spider that Peter finally picked, we called that our base model. And then from that, we played around with a lot of different textures and looks to the skin to make the skin feel like it's dried and kind of molting and things. And the different spiders, they had different types of hair. They had some kind of fine kind of hair, and then they had some like almost like rogue kind of hairs, big, thick kind of spikes coming out of the legs.
And the important thing was we didn't want these spiders to look the same. So we went through all these patterns which we could put on the abdomen and on the actual torso of the body.
We saw photos of ones where the legs had this kind of orangey connecting bits between all the joints in the legs, which I kind of like that.
This particular little guy here, he really liked the overall kind of body shape and just the translucency.
You can really see through their legs, and we wanted to try to keep that on the large spiders.
Suddenly, everybody's like, well, if we're going to do that, then we need to see, there's got to be something inside the spider. Now we had to go build the internal structure of organs and veins and everything so that when the light shined through the legs or the body, you'd see these bits.
And in here, you can see these shapes in here are actually the shapes of the inner geo pieces that we have in there.
Pete thought it was creepy. And then we tried to incorporate everything we could from the actual spiders into the speed of them when they're attacking their prey.
The trick with this stuff is going to be ultimately, when we do the finished thing, is going to be getting some fast movement. So it's not just a creepy, crawly, slow motion tarantula stuff. It has got a bit of that element of speed to it. But, you know, it will still be nice to try to get balance between speed of those spiders and the weight.
So we had to come up with a way to convey the weight of this thing. And we kept showing Peter, and he says, no, I don't feel the weight in it. And we come back and do it again and show him again. He says, oh, no, I still don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is the spiders don't really look heavy because, yeah, I mean, if you're hanging upside down in a web, it's not making the web bounce up and down. It's the dragging of your body weight on the web. It's the web actually sagging that gives it the weight.
If a spider climbs up on part of the nest, it's going to take his weight. It's going to pull all that webbing, which might even bend some of the branches.
The trick was actually making sure with every footfall into the web, you see the actual web bend and you see the weight of the spider.
As animators, then we go out and we look for all this reference of spiders walking and spinning. And one of the animators that was working on The Hobbit had a big orb web spider just outside his back door. So he'd go out there and shoot tons of reference of it as it was catching all these different insects. And then his wife even went out there one morning and she found that it had caught a cicada. Well, a cicada's like that big. And so rather than it spinning him and wrapping him, it was actually just crawling around the cicada, dragging webs behind itself, and that's how it wrapped it. And we thought, well, that was an interesting, different take on it. So we actually had some of our spiders walking around the dwarves and dragging the webbing behind them.
The interesting thing about the spider sequence was the spiders rotate through the tree branches, they'll bounce along the webs, they'll climb upside down. It gives them a kind of a really spindly creepiness throughout the whole scene.
In the book, the spiders speak, which spiders don't normally do. So obviously these spiders are intelligent creatures.
Fat and juicy.
What kind of voice is a spider's voice? Professor Tolkien describes them brilliantly in the book.
These loathsome creatures were speaking one to another. Their voices were a sort of thin creaking and hissing.
The hide is tough, but there's good juice inside. Kill them. Kill them now. Let them hang. No, eat them now while the blood is running. This one's already dead.
Pete said, do you mind me reading it? And I said, only if you do it in the style of, you know, a posh 30s spider or something like that. And then next time he sort of did, he kind of did sort of started doing a little bit like that.
This one's already dead.
No.
Oh no, the meat's alive. He's kicking.
Peter, he enjoys any bit of acting, so if you give him an inch, he will definitely take a mile, I reckon, yeah.
Voicing the spiders, a couple of the actors we used are very, very old colleagues. We had Brian Sargent, who had played as a variety of voices, and Meet the Feebles, actually, Trevor the Rat among them.
Not a bad little meat patty.
Peter Vere-Jones is another New Zealand actor that we used who had voiced Lord Crumb, the bad guy in Bad Taste.
You three, kill them.
And actually, he immigrated to New Zealand from England in the 1950s, and he travelled on the same ship as my father in the cabin. They were cabin mates.
Hide is tough, but there's good juice inside. The hide is tough, but there's good juice inside.
That's good. That was creepy. It's great.
But it'd been nice to have given them something a bit more pleasant than the spiders.
The meat's alive and ticking.
But they do it superbly well.
Hatterkop, 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 Hatterkop.
Before Bilbo puts on the ring and can hear them speaking in English, if you listen really carefully, they're muttering the phrase Atterkop.
What's that?
We knew that Atterkop was going to be a word that the fans wanted to hear in the movie.
In the book, one of the things that Bilbo shouts at the spiders is to call them Atterkop, Atterkop. And Atterkop is Old English, and that's pretty clear. Atter means poison. Kop probably means head, so it's poison head.
This word that was used in the book in a certain particular way from Bilbo, but now it was actually coming from the other direction, back from the spiders.
The thing I really felt like was going to make the spiders the creepiest was not going to be their vocal sounds, but the way they moved.
And what turned out spectacularly well was getting a real stickly kind of sound.
I had a branch sound that I'd recorded actually for Treebeard back on Two Towers,
which was done actually by moving sticks around in a forest along bark and so forth.
The file had little bitty pieces of twigs breaking and snaps and little tiny creaks and pops and things like that. So we sort of made them really light but very prickly, almost like they were crawling up the back of your neck.
The music mixer, Mike Semantic, he could barely stay in the room when we were mixing the sequence because the sounds of them were just so kind of evocative of what the spiders were sounding like.
Oh, the spiders always got me. I don't care what you did. I was always creeped out by that, you know, and how Peter had us shape it. We took music out in spots and made it just about these very precise sounds with the visuals. And I was just like, it's too creepy for me.
When I went and saw the film myself, the favourite part was when I sat down next to someone that I knew didn't work on the film. When they jumped a couple of feet high when that first spider came on towards them, that's when I know I did my job.
Like, if you've got a thing about spiders anyway, I've got a minor thing, I've got better over the years. You know, you can't really watch without being disgusted by it.
They are the stuff of nightmares. So, certainly my nightmares. Big spiders.
It stings! It stings! It stings! It stings!
Lake Town was an interesting part of the storytelling because if you look at the book, Lake Town is a relatively fleeting moment. It's only a half dozen pages. I mean, it's surprisingly short. It's shockingly short. But nonetheless, you know, for us, we had to make this movie more than just the company continuing on their journey. We had to introduce new characters, and Lake Town was an ideal opportunity to do that.
What is this place?
This, Mr. Buggins, is the world of men.
The men of Lake Town, the people of Lake Town, is the first human culture that Bilbo, and therefore the audience, witnesses. And when you get to a new culture, there's a need, of course, to define what's the influences of the land, of the environment.
It's just a nice image in my mind from the book, you know, the cold lake and the city on stilts. And it's very evocative.
With the Lake Town men, really their sort of theme or their aesthetic all had to do with where they lived and also their level of prosperity. You know, they weren't meant to be wealthy people, they were meant to be fishermen.
The population of Lake Town is quite a mixed bunch. It's the equivalent of a medieval trading center with goods and people coming in from every part of the world.
Because people travelled from the four corners of Middle-earth to trade, we wanted to make it feel like it was made up of a lot of different races.
Knowing that we were heading north and east into the wilderlands of Middle-earth, we correlate it to cultures of our own world. from Mongol, Chinese, Russian, some Tibetan, Lapland people. We started to influence the cultural references from the northern and eastern climes.
And so you kind of gathered everything and mixed it up, and out came the people of Lake Town.
There's not much to celebrate in Lake Town. You just survive. It's a cold place in the middle of a lake. It's a sorry sight. You know, people are living hand to mouth, basically.
It's one of those cities that used to have industry and now it no longer does, and so it's sort of, there's a sense that all the wealth and the glories of the past days are no longer there, which has allowed for the, you know, unsavoury politicians such as the master of Lake Town, played by Stephen Fry, to get himself a footing there. He normally, I'm sure he would never have been elected, but given the fact that he was able to exploit the misery of these people to some degree, he's in charge there.
Your glorious leader, despite my bad hair and bad teeth and bad skin.
The master of Lake Town, in the book, he's there, but he's not fully drawn, so to speak. But he had a huge amount of potential. That's what we saw in the character. Pete had in his mind this could be a great character for Stephen Fry to play.
Stephen Fry was somebody who I'd known for several years because we had worked together on a script for the Dam Busters, and we still are. I mean, it's a film that will still get made, and I mean, I know it sounds silly, but you want to work with nice people, and Stephen is fun and delightful.
So when it came to talking to Stephen about his character, this was really good fun because we, in the end, couldn't get revolting enough. We always knew he was going to have a bald head and this awful comb over.
You know, people that are familiar with Stephen from Jeeves and Wooster and QI and various wonderful shows that Stephen's done, they might think that he has short, dark hair, clean shaven, but that's actually a toupee, a very clever toupee, and we've finally been able to show Stephen in his true form.
I'm not too proud to show that I am, in fact, slightly
that wonderful little black toupee comes off and the ginger locks fall down, and this is what he really looks like.
We put a wig on him that was long, straggly and thin.
So that the effect is having this rather scaly, scabby pink scalp.
We had to give him new eyebrows, which we made asymmetric. We also gave him a little chin beard.
Bits of psoriasis in the beard, which probably in a close-up are visible. You sort of forget them when you're on set for a while, and people look at you and think, oh dear, does he know he's got those kind of scabby bits?
Stephen Fry realized that he's the gross one, and he just wanted to be grotesque, and they just kept pushing it. You know, he didn't mind the hideous comb-over that was happening and disjointed mustache, and he was up for it.
Absolutely brilliant.
So that's the master as you see him.
There he is. He's just gross. Oh, I'd spoken about people at schoolmasters who had this acid reflux, and Peter found that very amusing.
There's that sudden escape of gas.
Yeah.
Which can always happen at very unexpected and very inopportune times.
Go now with our good will and our good wishes.
Stephen was a dream to work with. And the one thing that's very, very funny, though, is they said, we love the nose. We all love the nose, fantastic nose. And I said, but that's Stephen's own. We haven't done anything to his nose at all.
The whole experience is basically any shred of dignity that an actor can have, any sort of claim to suavity or, you know, a kind of debonair style has just been taken away in every level with a padded stomach and terrible clothing and the sweat and the lank hair, and I've never had to be quite so hideously monstrous.
The master, he's very unkempt and somewhat ridiculous, so his costumes all suggest that. We used to do show and tells in the costume fitting area, and so he'd made several outfits for him. He didn't wear all of them, so you kind of have this show and tell with everything, and I can remember Peter just falling about laughing.
Yes, the kind of going, oh yes, with stains around here. Yeah, terrific.
You need that level of lavishness on him and rich fabrics to begin with. We did break them down, so they looked mouldy and greasy and grimy. But he still has to look like he's got more money than everyone else.
Good morning, sire.
You really are looking ravishing today.
Yes, I suppose I probably am.
If one wanted to define the master, it's very well done by the relics of his youth, which are sort of idealized form of this man with his golden hair, you know, looking out over the waters. And another is his portrait, where he stands proudly in younger, better days.
When Stephen was doing one of his costume fittings, I took the opportunity to get some photographs of him. Then that was printed onto canvas. And then on top of that, actually kind of painted over practically the whole thing until it looked as much like a genuine old oil painting as possible.
What would be quite good, I think, is to give him a little bit more wave in his hair. Like, it's really a fantasy. Yeah. And then, if there's any way in Photoshop you can reduce his paunch a bit, it's almost just like taking a bunch of that and just squishing it in a bit so that it's not as extreme as the real thing.
Love the portrait, it's splendid. I wonder if he was ever actually like that, or whether he just told the artist
He would have
to
told
have
the
ringlets.
artist, I'm taking a little bit of medicine that'll bring my hair back, and so I think we should anticipate the regrowth. We should anticipate the return of my locks, because we do want to future-proof the painting.
Stephen, it was just a joy. It's just always so entertaining because he's just such a raconteur.
And I remember as a boy seeing Patrick Stewart playing Enid Barbus in the Trevor Nunn Romans.
The barge, she came in burned on the water.
Just as we were getting up there, Billy said, well, thank you, honey, now you've ruined Auschwitz for me. It was either that or my urethra, and I said, no, head, definitely. So I was in the middle with a Welsh girl either side, and we did a threesome, and whoa, was it fun. And I could have done another easily. Yes, there was a hilarious time when I dropped a pencil, I remember. God, we laughed.
Working with Stephen, it was constant banter. He is encyclopedic in his knowledge. It's fascinating. There's nothing he doesn't know about.
You could follow gold from a Roman, emperor through to Nazi ingots, and, it'd be absolutely amazing, wouldn't it?
Very intelligent. Like, proceeded to tell me within 2 minutes of meeting him where boom came from, the word boom and what it means, and, the derivative of, and it's like, oh.
Being from Belgium, I speak a bit Flemish, and so he was on set meeting Stephen Fry and started to talk to me in Flemish. Out of the blue. I was like, where did you learn it? He was, I was traveling and I picked up the language. So he speaks so many languages.
The Italian word is morbidenza, fun enough. Nous devons couper, Sieg wird unser sein.
Literally, I have experienced his entire knowledge base. We sat in a tent together for several hours during filming. There is nothing I haven't heard him speak about on every subject.
Jonathan Swift hated Walpole in Gulliver's Travels. He's the character of Flimnap in the Nibelungenlied, which are these Germanic Norse sagas. The French regard Camelot as being somewhere in Normandy, and the British regard it as being either in Cornwall or Wales. There's no altimeter that can tell you how to fly at 60 feet. So in Africa, for example, every ungulate, every antelope and gazelle, you snap a twig and they're going like that.
The thing is that there's nothing that Stephen isn't interested in.
I won't go so far as to say he wiped his bottom like the groom of the stool used to have to do for Henry VIII.
I assume that most of what he says is true. I mean, you have to believe it is, but unless you've got an encyclopedia or you Google it as he's talking, you're never really going to know, but I'm sure it probably is. Sorry?
I was having to tell you what that camera is. It looks so sexy.
Oh, it's an iPhone with a wide-angle lens. Shh. Oh, yes, it's something that you don't know about. I've actually got a piece of technology that you don't know about. Hey, that makes me feel 5 foot tall. It's really good. And then you always want somebody who characters can interact with, and so it was important to pair the master up with somebody who we could run scenes with. And so Alfred, played by Ryan Gage, is the master's aide to camp.
That really does suit you a treat there, sire.
Brings
out your eyes.
Does it? Does it?
Does indeed.
There is one mention of my character in the book, not by name, because he didn't have a name. It does say, the master has counsellors. So I am official. I am the master of Lake Town's counsellors. Now, it does say counsellors plural, but in this respect, we just have one. But I am legitimate. He has counsellors, and I counsel.
Yeah. Do you need a little tinkle, sire?
No, fine.
Ryan Gage, I think, ended up auditioning for 3 roles for us, but he was so good and so quick and funny and fit into the world so brilliantly that we decided we had to cast him as something, and then we said it's got to be Alfred, and then Alfred slowly but surely got larger and larger as the tale grew in the telling.
Thank you very much.
Well, I knew a little bit about Alfred, because he's actually the character I auditioned for originally. I mean, he was the one that I thought I was best suited to play, really. I'd played him very differently to how I actually play him in this. I'd played him a lot more like a used car salesman.
They're rallying on the streets. They're saying that a king
will return to the great mountain, and the rivers will once more run with gold.
Poppycock. These dwarves are nothing more than a pack of tinkers and tricksters.
Yeah, well, as you say, sire. But people will believe what they want to believe.
It wasn't until I sort of got out here and got in the costume and stuff that Alfred became, well, the way he is now. You know.
I did 2 drawings for Alfred, and it was an either-or. Peter loved a slightly posher version of the oily servant. Very, very greasy, black but oily black, like an oil sump. The textures in the fabrics could either look slimy to begin with or show grease when you broke it down.
I suppose you lucky devil get away with one costume.
He probably does.
Ryan is just marvellous. He has the most expressive eyes. And he does things with his neck that are marvellously greasy.
And I was messing around doing all this neck stuff, trying to figure out a shape for him.
It's like you're crunching your neck right down, isn't it?
Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm just pushing it all the way forward, and then and then swiveling.
The physicality sort of dictated, I think, some of the choices of the costume. It was certainly the way the costume was worn. I remember Fran sort of saying, oh, yeah, what you need to look like, your chest's collapsed, you know. You need to sort of wear the belt really high and sort of billow out the top part.
I love the high-waisted belt.
Yeah, up there sort of somewhere, yeah. It's dreadful up there. It's got a kind of tragic quality up there. It's magnificent.
There was this little nuance of an idea where it just shortened his sleeves, and it was like he's grown out of his costume. It's been the same servant's costume for years.
What would it look like if his sleeves were too short?
Sort of costume.
I seem to remember Fran, she very sweetly said to me that I need flattening out, which means, which is a euphemism for making uglier, which is a nice thing to say. At least she didn't say the other way around. But boy, did they flatten me out, my God. It looks like I've got acne and a mini wig between the eyebrows to unite them in one.
And Ryan, he has massive teeth. It's just the most remarkable.
My teeth are painted. A lot of people come up to me and say, are those teeth uncomfortable? And I have to laugh because they are my teeth, but it's just makeup. And the overall look is just sort of repellent.
It's probable that the rather greedy, rather cowardly Alfred thought the day will come when I take over from the Master. I don't think the Master ever imagined the day will come when he's takeable, overable from a bull. And so they've developed this bizarre symbiosis, you know, that they kind of need each other.
I think Alfred, he doesn't really care for the Master. There is no real love there. He's loyal because it makes sense.
That's why you pay me, sire.
Yes.
Not very much.
Don't you start complaining about how much you're paid.
One of the themes that we've found in The Hobbit is the notion of leadership.
What is the meaning of this?
And bad leadership in terms of the Master of Lake Town. And in Bard, we see a natural-born leader, which is something that Professor Tolkien hints at in The Hobbit.
Bard was a character from The Hobbit that we had a lot of fun enhancing more than what he is in the book. And it's actually those hidden talents that Bard has, which are not initially on display, that come into the story later on.
We liked that there was a bit of a mystery about him, that there was something about his past that he kept hidden. He's a descendant of Dale, and the people of Dale, his ancestors, had experienced the great Holocaust that happened when Smaug attacked the first time.
Right at the very beginning of the process, one of the first characters I wanted to draw was Bard. And I'd kind of always pictured him a little bit as a mixture of Aragorn, but with a sort of different cultural aesthetic, more of an Anglo-Saxon cultural aesthetic. And so I did some designs around that. And these were more images. They weren't driven from a script or anything like that. This is very early on. He was very much being driven by the aesthetic of Lake Town, which was more the sort of slight Eastern sort of feel to the clothing, a little Tibetan, a little bit with the fur coming across here.
You know, he's Bard the Bowman, so we're kind of looking at interesting reference of nomadic tribesmen with, you know, huge arrows and quivers. So I thought it would be quite a striking silhouette to have these really long fletched arrows strung across his back. There's definitely a nobility to his character as well.
Bard, he's like the Aragorn of the movie. So casting for Bard was always going to be tricky.
I auditioned for the role in London, and then for almost about a year, I didn't hear a single thing, not one thing
Luke, he was offered up quite early on in the piece, and then we moved on to lots of other people, and then at the end of the day, he came back again. So, you know, he probably walked away thinking he didn't have the role, but then got the surprise call of his life.
And I was like, what? I thought, they've been filming for a year. And it's like, no, well, he's not in the beginning of the film, and now they've come to casting it. So the Saturday afternoon, I went on tape.
So your ancestors were bowmen?
My father was an archer, his father before him.
And you?
I'm a bargeman. Nothing more.
And Pete got to watch it, and I woke up to the offer.
You can't go for the obvious with Bard. On one level, you're imagining kind of a typical square-jawed, kind of hunky guy, but we actually wanted to make him mysterious. There's a sense that he is keeping secrets. That requires a particular actor who can bring a edginess to the role.
Master's been looking for you.
Not now. Not today.
You're under arrest.
As well as then ultimately having a heroic ability as well. Luke brought all of those qualities, that enigma, danger, the mystery, but ultimately he was also able to become a pretty amazing action hero as well.
Bang, down.
Oh, he's so sexy.
So when it came to designing Bard, I mean, everyone was saying that, you know, this is the Aragorn of The Hobbit. Although he is the hero of the film, we can't go anywhere near Vigo. We tied his hair back. We call it half up, half down. And actually, if you let this hair down, it tends to end up being this thing that frames the face too much, and we can't see the face. And this is a slightly sort of stronger image of the hair scraped back off the face.
It's practical for who he is and what he does, because hair in the face when you're about to shoot something.
But also hair in the face when you're on your barge too,
Absolutely.
in the wind trying to till your barge along. You don't want to have wind blowing.
And so his clothing is very practical. They tried a few different coats because whatever he wore, he would never take it off. I mean, it's a cold place and he doesn't have much money, so his clothes would be something that he would always wear. It would be day wear, night wear, work wear, home wear. You know, he might take his jacket off on an early summer afternoon, but apart from that, you know, he would sleep with it. So Anne Masgrave, the costume designer, had this incredible leather coat made, and it was a very hardy coat. As soon as I put the coat on, both Anne and I looked at it and said, that's him. Luckily enough, Pete, Fran and Phil, they agreed, and that ended up becoming Bard's look.
It does look quite cool, doesn't it?
And you can imagine this jumping over the roofs looking amazing.
Yeah.
I mean...
It would be flying. I think it's nice.
Running over rooftops and sliding down rooftops and maybe touching flames on water and ice. There's never been a point that I've had an issue with the costume, my leather coat. It worked perfectly, which was great. That's when I realized we'd chosen the right one. And it's become quite an iconic look for Bard.
And then, of course, there was the bow. I did find an amazing photograph of a Mongolian steppe hunter. He had the most incredibly huge bow. I couldn't believe that it was actually a real bow. It was so large. So we knew we wanted to give him a signature bow.
So we deliberately made a super huge bow because we thought it would look cool.
Yeah, thanks.
When I was a kid with bows, I always used to imagine people used to put it on their shoulders like that. I mean, I think that's something one through a doorway. You just see it.
I've met my bow today, which is very nice. I've been told I shoot it like this instead of against the eye. It goes behind the head.
The one thing that we got with Luke as well was a fantastic Welsh voice.
I am Luke. I am Bard. Yes, I've been here 7 days now. It's great. It's lovely. It's like Wales. It's like being home.
I'm just so delighted because both of my grandfathers were Welsh on my mother and my father's side. So I have an emotional connection with Wales. And so I'm actually really, really pleased that Bard turned out to be a Welshman with that lovely, lovely voice.
I don't know what business you had with the elves, but I do not think it ended well.
It is one of those sounds which for non-Brits, they can't pin down, they don't quite know where it's from. And that's quite good for a character like Bard, to have a sense that He is in Lake Town, but not of Lake Town.
And I thought, well, that's amazing. You know, it's probably the biggest job I've ever done, and it's the first time I've ever used my own accent. So that was a really lovely thing. But what I didn't realize is what an effect it would have on the story. Being an ancestor of Dale, I mean, anybody else who was an ancestor of Dale would have a Welsh accent as well. So when I go back to Dale in the film, I feel like I'm going back to Wales, because I know that if this piece was alive, everybody would have a Welsh accent.
The thought of giving qualities of that sound to his children was an indication that it came from their heritage.
Dad! Where have you been? Father, there you are. I was worried.
He has 3 children. This is a slight change to the original story, but he has a son, Bane, who is in the book. And then he now has 2 other children, Sigrid and little Tilda.
This is Mary and Peggy, and we play Bard's children. Our dad's also in the movie. He plays Boba.
We know the market's collapsed. They're of an age now. They can earn some money, and I need it, frankly.
My pension. There they are, my pension.
I'm delighted that I can start planning my retirement, and they can go off and have their young lives destroyed by film.
Taught them everything I know. Took about an hour.
No one really talks about Bard's wife or what happened to her, but I created a whole storyline in my head that Bard's wife died when Tilda was born, so my youngest has never met her mother. Just to add to the sad story of Bard and his poor little family that live in Lake Town. So that's what we've created anyway.
We do discover from the appendices in The Lord of the Rings, and I think actually within the Council of Elrond, that Bard has a son, Bane.
In later history, Bane goes on to succeed as King of Dale, and he has a son called Brand, and King Brand of Dale fights in the War of the Ring later on in Lord of the Rings.
This is John.
This is John.
John Bell was cast as the son and Bane, and that was fantastic.
Still the men of Dale, they did not flee. They did not run into the mountains and hide like others did. They fought him. They fought him as hard as they could.
John Bell, over these 3 years, as the shoot went on, he went from a kid who was smaller than me when I first met him, and then as a teenager, he became more and more of an adult.
John grew little is an understatement. He's at that age, you know, he's growing on a daily basis.
John, you're a couple of inches taller since I saw you last.
Yes, how are you?
You suck. All right. You can become your own big double very, very shortly.
John Bell was a young man, and he was at least 6 inches taller than he was before.
Pete has managed to somehow keep him at the same size. I don't know how they do it. I don't care how they do it, as long as they do it. He will be this size, which is appropriate, because he's my son.
From reading the pages that they gave me for my audition process, I had a faint kind of idea of what Bane was like, and I drew some pictures of what I think he'd look like. But when you got here, that completely went out the window, you know? My idea is, I thought he'd have really long hair, like going right down, and I'd be able to whiff it as I took arrows out and fired them, but he's more of a sword guy, Bane. It's just setting up Bane as kind of a brave warrior-like character.
Good, my bad.
I like to do my own stunts because it's so much fun, and of course I want to do it if I can.
John Bell was really into it. He just wanted to do everything. He wanted to try everything and do everything. He wanted to do his stunts. He wanted to be there early, and he was talking to the stunties, talking to different departments. He was enthusiastic to do everything. If he could, he would have put the lights on, set up the camera, do the acting. He would have done everything.
Just give it a go. Da.
Our house is being watched.
Well, that's quite good.
I think Bane is very proud of his father and very proud of the ancestry he comes from. And I bet his father has told him tales about Girion and the dragon, stories passed down from generation to generation.
The character of Girion became very useful to us in the storytelling in setting up the Black Arrow and how there's basically one left.
And so they asked me if I'd like to play my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. I jumped at the chance.
We decided to make him look the same but different. So we have to see there's some sort of family resemblance.
It was a lovely opportunity to do a very, very subtle makeup that I think very successfully transformed that actor.
No one's ever going to recognize me. We proceeded to give me a big sort of prosthetic nose, and I got to experience what the dwarves experience on a daily basis.
Oh, dear God, this is weird.
What do you think? He's freaking out.
Oh, Christ.
Sit forward and have a look.
Oh my God, it's so weird. Okay. Okay. It's not your nose. It's fine.
What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. So let me put the wig on.
Oh, that's right. There we are. Just pull yours over slightly. We'll put it down a bit, yeah.
Feeding into that
Yeah.
I've got a fake nose, fake moustache, fake beard, fake wrinkles, fake hair.
And eyebrows.
But the eyes are real.
It was the weirdest thing. It was like looking at my dad. It was very, very weird.
We had a brief from Peter that he is of a lordly stature and he's, a military man. And we already had the Soldiers of Dale from the prologue in the first movie. So it had to tie into that world in some ways.
Some of the initial concepts, we were told that he was going to, he needed to look like a leader of men. It was in the middle of the attack, so he was going to be armoured. They were inspired by Persian armour. There was something very distinctive around the sleeves, the way they flared out, and it was a soft armour.
It came down between two. One was a lot more related to the Dale soldiers, and one was a lot more more lordly.
It's too kind of prissy and sort of, you know what I mean? It just needs to be a much more of a cool kind of a thing.
And ultimately went for the one that played him down a little bit more and made him feel like the everyman commander.
I'm loving my fat belly, my fat suit.
Did they bulk you?
Yeah. Oh, come on. Come on.
No, I'm saying...
Don't give me that shit. Insults are flying today. So, Girion, he's going to try and attempt to shoot Smaug from this fantastic contraption here, which shoots one very long black arrow, which are here. This is the black arrow that Bard finds a few hundred years later.
Every single thing you see on the screen doesn't get there by chance. It's all been ummed and ahed and prodded and tweaked and tested and ripped apart and restitched, and that's what happened even for a character as small as Girion in the film. He went through the whole process just for one day, which amazes me. But this is what when you're seeing this film, you see the care and detail that's been taken for everything, which is lovely.
I loved Lake Town, and so I'm already quite emotionally invested in that place and the characters. So the destruction of that in kind of weird way, I'm looking forward to seeing that because I know that that's going to be pretty moving.
Lake Town's one of my favourite places, actually, in the movie. It was in the book, and then I thoroughly enjoyed doing it in reality.
It's such a privilege being part of a marvellous machine like this because it's so good-natured and it's just really, really good place to be.
One of the special occasions for me was to go onto set when Stephen Fry was being farewelled, essentially, and they'd be given a little gift.
We would like to present you with...
Oh, my God. Thank you so much.
You'll be back in the ginger comb over before too long, don't worry.
I'll be naturally even fatter and balder than I am now. Thank you anyway. Bless you all. Thanks so much.
One of the joys of this movie was the ability to move into wild, new territory that we as filmmakers hadn't actually explored before. Whereas the first movie, we were revisiting, Hobbiton and Bag End, we were revisiting Rivendell. There is nothing reprised in this movie. We are dropping into an adventure that is now stepping into literally uncharted territory.
Starting with Beorn's and under the eaves of Mirkwood and then beyond to the north and the east is the area that Tolkien called Wilderland. It's wild, but it's also bewildering. I think it's a very lovely play on words on Tolkien's part is that whole notion of not knowing where you are, where you're going, is contained in that word.
When you're in Wilderland, you may be bewildered entirely literally,
You know, you don't know where you are. You've lost your bearings. You don't know what to do. You now need a real compass, but you also perhaps need a kind of moral compass.
This is all new territory we haven't seen in either the first Hobbit film or in The Lord of the Rings. So it's pretty exciting to be able to explore some new areas and still keep it within Middle-earth.
You do feel a little bit like you're on a sort of archaeological expedition to some degree, sort of, you know, heading into the deepest, darkest backwaters of uncharted places. It's kind of fun.
The way that Tolkien introduces us to Bjorn is quite beautiful.
They soon came to a wooden gate, high and broad, beyond which they could see gardens and a cluster of low wooden buildings, some thatched and made of unshaped logs. Barns, stables, sheds, and a long, low wooden house.
Once you enter through the front gate into Bjorn's property, it's almost entering a kind of a magical, otherworldly place.
I found Beorn's house absolutely mesmerizing. It's one of my favorite parts of the book, and I think that's one of the sets that will be remembered.
Tolkien really described Beorn's pretty well, and we used, wherever possible, as much as possible, we used his descriptions as a guide to what we were doing. I mean, the great big thorn hedge, the beehives all over the roof of the house.
The look of it looked like, for me, something almost from like Hansel and Gretel or something quite magical.
Beorn's house is one of the most magnificent sets I've seen and worked in. It's fantastic.
Beorn's house was a lovely design project. We designed many Beorn's houses. Beorn is this powerful, towering figure straight out of Norse myth. And it was important to reflect that in some way in his house.
Beorn's hall is interesting not just because of the description, but because Tolkien actually illustrated it as well. And looking at the illustration, the picture that Tolkien drew of it is very similar to a picture that had appeared in a book on Old Norse literature by his friend E.V. Gordon, which is parallel in Old English tradition to Herod, the hall of King Hrothgar, that is menaced by Grendel in the story of Beowulf.
But unfortunately, Herod was also the model for the Palace of Rohan in Edoras in Lord of the Rings.
You read what Tolkien described, he really is describing pretty much what we built for Theoden's Golden Hall.
Having done that, earlier with Rohan, I wanted Beorn's to be different. Retaining the essence of what Tolkien described with all this wood and timber and size and space was the first, exercise.
So we started with a much simpler A-frame kind of house with beams coming out of the ground.
And then worked on some ideas which were kind of typical sort of hall, very much kind of a Viking mead hall.
Eventually, Alan designed a house which was going to be built in Strathterry, so it incorporated those wonderful big rocks that are all over that landscape.
You could sort of make it work for the landscape quite well, couldn't you?
You could.
I think that big rock could be part of the house, couldn't it?
Yeah. It sort of makes it more of a cave type.
But you could do anything, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was a bear, thought there'd be kind of a cave on the inside. So you go from a very kind of semi-civilized environment into something that's much more like a den at the back.
Alan did several lovely designs. Then the location changed. Moved to Paradise, near Queenstown. So the whole design started again from scratch.
Then it became a farmhouse, much more kind of conventional looking.
So with Beorn's, the basic idea was he's a vegetarian, he loves honey, he has animals that live in his house.
It was quite typical of medieval times to have a house that housed both the human family and their animals.
A little bit like a Devon longhouse. You'd have the animals on one side and living quarters on the other.
I love the idea that one end of the room you've got stables, horses and cattle, tied up, and literally, you know, at the other end, you've got the breakfast table and a kitchen. I kind of thought that was kind of cool.
So we decided to go for something that had kind of primitive aspects to it, but it was very much built on a kind of traditional farmhouse, and we ended up making a model of that.
These are beehives on the roof, because Bjorn's a bit of a alternative lifestyler, and he's a vegetarian, and a bit of moss on the roof to look like a turf roof.
One of the great advantages with Bayon's set was we were building it in paradise, and paradise is green grass and beech trees and, you know, views as far as you can see.
That's the art department that painted that. It's not real at all.
Every shot here is gorgeous.
How can it fail? With us in the foreground.
Seeing mountains there, beautiful forest here, and yeah, in the midst of this was the exterior of Bayon's house, which was huge.
There's several different pieces. We had the exterior of Bayon's gateway, which is when they first discover that he's chasing them, and they go in through the gate and into the front door of the house. That was a standalone piece. And then we had the back door to Bayon's house, which is where they come out in the morning to introduce themselves to him, and he's chopping his firewood in the backyard. One of the reasons we built Bayon's house where we built it was there was a beautiful, big 200-year-old beech tree. And this tree rose up. It was very, very cool.
And that tree, that big tree there, could just be in the corner of his house, sort of thing.
Well, it could. Yeah, we had a bit of a drama. We had this huge windstorm that came through paradise.
Our guys had just arrived on the site to finish building the set, and the tree had been blown over. The tree had come down in the night. So, this tree coming down right in the middle of everything.
Thankfully, it didn't blow onto the set. That would have been quite disastrous.
There was about 20 tonne of broken, rotten old tree right in the middle of our set. We're looking at building a tree, putting it in the same position right here, and taking it straight up, 8 metres. We could take it past the top of the roof. Part of Peter's brief was, this is the spot, here's the tree, it's perfect. So we built an 8 metre tall beech tree.
Yeah, it's a rather crazy situation, and now we have to build another one. Because it's so high up, we're trying to work out ways to try and save time. So we're making a lot of these at ground level, and then basically once we're ready to place them up there, then we'll place up here. We sort of named her Betty. We like to keep all our tree names to a female name. They seem to sort of somehow blend its way there. And we're at the stage now of hopefully finishing off the carving in the next hour or two, and then we're going to start applying all the bark techniques. This is Betty, and this is the replacement red beech tree which was there. It was close to 9 metres high. It probably came close to 2 or 3 tonnes.
We had people coming in doing the final bits of preparation before the shoot, and they had no idea it was a fake tree. So they were working all around it, and it wasn't until later that we told them, no, this is the second tree.
So it wasn't a real tree? It looked real. I swear to God that was a real tree. I had no idea. That's how good they are.
We chopped up the original tree into firewood, and that was used as dressing in the set.
I remember seeing the set that they built, which just looked like it belonged there. It's kind of a shame that it wasn't built permanently because it looked so beautiful.
I mean, good grief. You imagine how many people would come and visit this. It's extraordinary.
The exterior of Bayon's had to look like it was part of the environment. So it was very important we kept the rock, the timber work, the thatching, all in the tones and the colour tones of what exists there already at Paradise in the beech forest.
We decided that he makes everything from local materials, and the local materials were beech timber and riverstone.
In order to make it as realistic as possible, we have to make sure that the colours blend into the rest of the environment so it doesn't stick out very much. We want it to, you know, look quite natural and quite nestled into the environment.
One of the things to marry this structure into its environment was to use earth on the roof to actually give him a growing roof.
It seemed to me that turf was an ideal material, and once again is a very strong reference to the whole Norse culture. Viking houses often had turf roofs, and it just seemed like a natural choice for someone like Beorn.
I'm enchanted. I think it's great. It looks really, yeah, it can be very striking.
We wanted Beorn's house to feel like it was something built by someone of superhuman strength.
Beorn built his home himself, all by hand.
This is a man who stands 8 feet tall and is immensely strong. So he can build with gigantic stones and, huge trunks of trees. And the idea was that the house has basically been built, and then every opening has been carved through the wood.
He had the muscles to carve through these big timbers.
Beorn's massive. He's like way bigger than Gandalf, and Gandalf is huge to us. So, I mean, it had to be a big scale place.
So if you're 6 foot, he's 8 foot, so he's 2 foot taller than you.
Beorn's 8 foot tall, dwarves are 4'6", so it's like 1.85 to 1 for an actor dwarf.
The difference between him and the hobbits and dwarves is massive, so we really needed to sell the size there of how big Beorn is.
I look back to some of our exterior Beorn's set photos, and you wouldn't know it was huge. We got these marvellous photographs, but they don't illustrate the enormity of everything in the photo. There's no way to illustrate really his scale unless you went and put a member of the crew or a cast member into the environment.
From a distance, the house looks quite normal. It looks like a normal scale house. But if you're to approach it, so as Alan walks in, he's actually shrinking in size till he becomes half the size he was by the time he's in the front door. It's quite a curious phenomenon.
There's nothing like a scaled-up set to make a character lose his status. I mean, when you want to look like a child, you can forget any sense of kingship.
Cheers! I remember sitting in the rocking chair.
Look at the size of it.
This enormous rocking chair. I mean, it was weird enough to sit in, but if you saw anybody else sitting in it, like I remember looking at Adam sitting with an enormous beer mug in a massive chair, and it totally convinces you that you are actually looking at a tiny person in a normal-sized chair. It's very strange how your mind reacts to it.
Welcome to Tinyland.
Welcome to the world of big people.
Everything was huge. It just felt like you were suddenly in Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. It was brilliant.
The dwarves coming into this area, it's like being a 3-year-old in an adult world.
It's about time I'll have one of Beorn's fine brews. Ooh, yeah.
Our set dressers usually go to great lengths to kind of get into character, and we'd managed to chop out a good portion of this wood carving using a dwarven scale mallet and chisel, which of course for Beorn would be just regular old mallet and chisel. Beorn, as a solo operator, he entertained himself with paying homage to all his animals by carving. I think that kind of explains the character the most, and that he's a protector and a friend of the animals.
Yeah, and we tried to suggest the fact that he's a changeling in a sense. He can change from man to bear. That's been depicted in a way in that. So all of these things are kind of a sign language that if you can read the language, you realize quite instinctively that he's not just an ordinary human. He can do all these things. So it was a lot of work for the sculptors because every piece is different. The key word to describe the exterior of Beorn's would be rough-hewn, unsophisticated, and quite brute in a way. I mean, very much like his character.
All right, so we're at Beorn's head chair. So the brief is always to have 2 contrasts of the inside and the outside of the hedge. The outside of the hedge, which is sort of towards the evil sort of part of the land, really, we've tried to make quite sort of gnarly and quite twisted and quite wild. We added quite a few thorns to the branches, and it just make it a lot more wild look, so not so much foliage. The inside, we're just trying to sell the whole contrast from outside once again. We've added a bit of colour, we've added a bit of artificial leaf. I'm trying to get the bit of colour to try and sweeten up the sort of look in a way.
Beorn's obviously an avid gardener, and all of this pasture land out the front is harrowed and planted for Beorn to feed his animals.
Everything with Beorn is obviously scaled up,
So the veggie gardens were rather large for your normal household veggie garden.
These are Bjorn cucumbers.
I don't know where they come up with this stuff. Huge fruits and tomatoes and pumpkins like this.
Quite a few of the larger veggies we got from the locals in Glenorchy. There's quite a variety here, as you can see. And we've got some pretty flowers to attract the bees, because it's got lots of bees, so you need lots of flowers.
This is Bjorn's front porch, and as we know, all bees love their honey. Bjorn keeps some special bees.
He's big on bees. He's big on bees.
And the bees are big as well.
He's big on big bees. Yeah.
As we would go into his sort of porch bit, and you look around, there's like 50 beehives.
And this is the front door, which later on will have a digital extension at the back of it, and we will see the interior of Bjorn's house, which will be shot back in the studio in Wellington.
So this is Bjorn's. I don't know if anyone's home, but we'll soon see. Looks like the landlord's out. This is Bjorn's home. He had a huge amount of pleasure building.
Beautiful wooden structure, massive bits of timber, intricate carvings, big front door furniture, massive kind of... I was going to say massive knockers. There's just no escape from it for me. It's just pathetic. It's ridiculous, but it did have massive knockers.
Right, cutting, thing 2.
This is peculiar.
Thing 3.
The inside and outside were designed at the same time and built 4 or 5 months apart.
We built the interior of Bjorn's house in the studio, and that was a standalone, full interior.
The things that you see here are the rafters that are in the top part of Bjorn's house. The guys in the mould department have made these giant rockers, wood graining rockers, for us, so we have been able to control the size of the wood grain that we want on the rafters. So this is a really quick and economical way to do fake wood.
Bjorn's into wood carving. He's into embellishing his home with his unique cultural signature.
He's a very talented sculptor. He's a very talented guy for the chisel.
He's an artist. He probably started out with a very plain house, and he's sort of whittled it away and sort of kept on. I suppose in a few years afterwards, in The Hobbit, he would have just kept going, and the house would eventually collapse because he would have just go too far, and he'd carve one post too many, and it would all collapse on him. Probably, hopefully not. Hopefully that doesn't happen.
I sort of imagined that Bjorn would carve motifs and symbols into his house.
John did a huge amount of work on the actual designs of Bjorn's house.
I ended up doing sketches for each window, sketches for the door into the kitchen.
John House spent quite a few evenings drawing these elaborate wood carvings, which were beautiful, and it just automatically created an aesthetic language for Bjorn's house.
I surrounded myself by examples of Viking carving and decoration.
So I was very, very keen to put in specific references to Norse myth, because Bjorn is very much a character that's come to us through Tolkien directly from that mythology. That explains the presence of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Hugin and Munin are the 2 ravens, thought and memory, who are Odin's companions. They bring him news. And Nidhogger is the devouring worm that gnaws relentlessly on the roots of Yggdrasil and will one day bring it down in ruin at Ragnarok.
Bjorn's was one of our busiest sculpting sets.
Bloody hell, we did some carving in there.
It was done by the fabrication department. We have a carving division.
And we had this extraordinary team of sculptors who took the drawings and actually sculpted them in this absolutely colossal scale.
Our indigenous people, the Maori, have a history of intricate carving, and it's one of the things that we were able to use inside Bjorn's house.
If I had to describe Bjorn's, I would say it would be a marae built by Vikings in the Pacific Northwest. And there's no 2 carvings alike in that set. Everything is different. So each piece had to be designed, drawn out, blown up, full scale, and carved.
What we start off with would be
are basic one-to-ones, which this is a breakdown of the larger one-to-one printouts. Placed onto the polystyrene, traced through, and from there comes the entertaining part of working out all your unders and overs. The unders and overs being the bits that dive under each other and over, just the basic start to the carving. And once all these areas have been marked out, you can continue shaping from there. Once the carving's complete, we'll go to our plasterers who will plaster it with a wood grain texture, make it a bit more convincing as a piece of timber.
And I'm particularly happy with the green man, the green faces. So there's an idea of the spirits of nature. The green men or the green faces are a motif which developed in the Roman Middle East in the Middle Ages and absolutely flourished.
It would typically show a face, sometimes quite a kind of fearsome face, with vines and leaves kind of spouting out of the mouth.
It needed to feel like the dwelling place of someone quite dangerous, quite fierce. I wanted to make it slightly threatening, so the tables have animals sculpted that are looking at you when you eat.
So this is how you say Bayon. You say Bayon? Bayon. And what about Azog? Azog the Defiler. Very good.
There was a beautiful carved chair with two bear heads, which I was fascinated with. Unbelievable. This makes me want to take up wood carving.
Beorn's chair is very much based on Viking monumental thrones which exist in Scandinavia. There's this double-headed bear that's leering at whoever's looking at the chair.
Which obviously is a suggestion of what he can turn into. If you were to sit in that chair and someone took a photo of you, you literally look like a little person in a normal environment.
I loved that chair. I used to go into the set and sit in it, and you could get your back right up to the back of the chair, and your feet would stick out like a little kid in a big chair.
Bayon's props were kind of easy to conceive, really, because they were born out of necessity. So they were objects that he needed to sustain himself with.
This is Beorn's oven. Beautiful, beautiful job, and clearly very much oversized for wee dwarves. A very large sink and dirty dishes. Clearly, he's a bachelor.
One of the great props, I thought, more sort of iconic props inside Beorn's home was this chess set.
The chess set was a beautiful piece of work. That was Alan Lee-inspired drawing.
I was very keenly interested in chess at one time as well, so I had another motive for designing this thing. I was thinking that Bjorn might also have a kind of a chess. Because he's always kind of whittling, we want to play that.
Yep.
And
sure.
all these little animal figures that he's carved.
Yep.
The chess pieces for the chess set are that big. And so when you grasp them, your hands look small.
Probably the most beautiful chess set I've ever seen, I think, and I think, you know, every chess player in the world would like to have that on their mantelpiece.
We're just admiring Beorn's artifacts. Got my eye on a few things.
One of the things I'd just like to do is at the beginning of the movie is like a chest and bag end, and old Bilbo, you open up the chest and there's just a few souvenirs from this story, and one of these chess pieces would be a perfect thing.
It's almost as if the chess set was designed first, and then the whole set was designed around it.
I think Beorn's house had exactly the right feel that it had in the book, that when you walk into that set and get a sense of the sort of way Beorn lives, it just felt right, and I think that was pretty spot on.
It was really an amazing set, such a friendly place, like all you can imagine about a friendly wood house. There's a gentle atmosphere in the house, I think.
It was like the house that you always dreamed of having, and having master carvers carve everything in your house. Every little thing was just absolutely perfect.
All of the little details that could make you believe it's real. It would be quite nice to have a place like this, wouldn't it?
I think Bayon's house is the place I'd happily live in. If I had to retire and you know, one of our sets somewhere, it would be Bayon's house.
Beorn, in his deep, rolling voice, told tales of the wild lands on this side of the mountains, and especially of the dark and dangerous wood that lay outstretched far to north and south, the day's ride before them, barring their way to the east, the terrible forest of Mirkwood.
Between the dwarves and the Lonely Mountain is a massive forest. It used to be called the Greenwood in the old days. Beautiful forest.
And then during this sort of period of Sauron's time at Dol Guldur, the darkness has moved into Greenwood the Great.
We started to have hints of this in the first movie, but here we finally arrive at what is now called Mirkwood.
This forest feels sick.
Mirkwood is a forest that has been diseased. It's like a virus has spread through it. A deterioration, a decay has spread from the south. And it's now basically becoming a very, very dangerous place.
Like almost everything else in Middle-earth, Mirkwood pre-existed Tolkien.
In the first place, it was a real place. Europe was covered by vast, dark forests. There's still a place called the Black Forest in Central Europe right to this day.
Mirkwood was once that whole range of forested mountains which separate much of Western Europe from the great steppe of Russia and Eastern Europe.
It's referred to in a number of the sagas by that name, Mirkwood.
Mirkvith in Okuni, the unknown Mirkwood, but we often translate the pathless Mirkwood, the wood which separates Hunland from Gothland. In ancient times, forests very often were boundaries, as we find in The Hobbit. This is the dark wood which separates, in this case, the land to the east of the Misty Mountains and Lake Town and Erebor.
Mirkwood existed in Tolkien's own writings before he came to write The Hobbit. In Beleriand, there is a forest called Tar Nafuan, the Forest of Night, which is also referred to as Mirkwood. Tolkien actually uses that name.
The forest occurs in the great tales, as he called them, the tale of Beren and Luthien, the tale of Turin, son of Húrin. And that's where unfortunate and dangerous events take place. So the idea of the dangerous and threatening forest was there for Tolkien from way back.
Tolkien had this passion for woodland, and it gets into all his work, really. You know, there's Fangorn from The Lord of the Rings, which is kind of a daunting place and should be a little bit scary.
I think Fangorn is perhaps the epitome of the ancient forests that where the trees would perhaps never die. They would just grow older and older.
It has this very benign element as represented by the Ents.
Sleep, little shirelings.
There's also the Old Forest in The Lord of the Rings with Old Man Willow, which just had bad hearts. And that bad-heartedness might spread through the wood and communicate itself so that a wood could go bad. And in fact, that's what happens with Mirkwood.
Mirkwood is a forest through which a corruption has spread. So the forest of Mirkwood has become a sort of sentient, disorienting, evil kind of place.
So with Mirkwood, we had an opportunity to create another kind of ancient forest. And I had drawn Mirkwood before in the book, and also I've been drawing kind of old ancient forests for as long as I can remember. You know, it's essentially what I do most of the time. And yeah, I just was kind of quite keen to get in and explore that environment, to see how creepy and strange we could make it.
We drew lots and lots of trees, all sorts of creepy, bent, gnarly trees.
You know, there's a whole lot of things going on in Mirkwood Forest, creepy things and scary things. You know, it's not something that exists in our world now.
The one thing that I've come to realise with dark forests is that you can never find them. I mean, we looked around locations for Mirkwood. I mean, you always end up wanting it to look like the dark forest in your imagination, and there's never an actual living trees or forest that really ever look like that. So they become studio-bound forests.
I'd love to go on location for a forest because it's done by Mother Nature. But when we have to do it in a studio, it's a huge amount of work. And unlike architectural builds, like buildings or what have you, there's a lot more interpretation there.
Forests are some of the hardest things, I think, to visualize, especially when you have to build them.
Mirkwood was an ancient forest. So we made these huge trees.
These were built up to about 6 or 8 meters in height, because that was about as high as you could possibly go.
But in diameter, some of them were ranging up to 6 to 7 meters in diameter. They were colossal things.
It was interesting to me to see some of the set decorators who would take pieces of bark and impress them into wet plaster so that they could then get moulds that they could peel off and put up on the phony trees.
This needed to be a diseased, dying forest realm, which had obviously been poisoned. One way we achieved that sensation was to use a lot of colour. This was part of the early discussions with Guillermo del Toro.
When Guillermo was working on the project, he brought some ideas which were more kind of stylized in a way.
Guillermo del Toro had a book by an artist, Ivan Doyle, and his magnificent fluorescent forest scapes that he'd paint.
And he'd done some amazing paintings of forests for Disney. Trees which were quite kind of stylized.
We sort of started to introduce some of his colours, and I think one day it just clicked. There was a moment when we realised that you can express absolutely anything you want by the way that you apply the colour, and if you go all out, you can kind of achieve this really bizarre-looking, amazing, sick forest.
We did certainly want that hallucinogenic kind of weird quality, which Guillermo very much established.
Peter very much wanted to have quite bright colors, working on the idea that he can always mute the colors down, but he certainly can't dial them up.
I think it's easier for you to have too much and us to dial it down in the grade.
Yeah,
we can just make it more mono. We can take some of the saturation out, the colour out in the grade, and
easily.
So in order to have those trees end up at roughly the place that we wanted them, on the set we painted trees in quite vivid colours, you know, almost like, you know, we were back in 1967 again.
Everything was bold, and like the purples are really purple, the reds are really red, like the primary colours are really psychedelic.
I said to Pete, wow, it's really trippy. It sort of felt like being in a Tim Burton movie, stepping on that, in terms of the brightness of the colours.
All the trees, all the logs, even the puddles, it was just one big sort of psychedelic sort of universe in a way, really.
In Mirkwood Forest, mushrooms were our friend. They're one of the great sort of colour challenges that nature throws out there. And, you know, some are orange and some are bright yellow and some are green.
Very kind of brightly coloured fungi. You know, sometimes highly coloured things are poisonous, like certain insects that are very kind of highly coloured, or snakes, you know, you tend to think of them as being more poisonous. So that was another route into the design look of the forest.
I'm lost. I've been lost for a couple hours. I've been eating these mushrooms, and I'm hallucinating. I feel like I'm in a movie. Where am I? Mommy?
So the set of Mirkwood is supposed to be quite intimidating for the actors. It's supposed to be a set where you get lost very easily and it's very hard to find your way. And filming day was quite hard, and for the crew, we're just getting lost all the time, and we're losing dwarf all the time.
No, other way, Peter. Other way, Peter. Peter. Other way. I think you've got the wrong man in front, if you ask me. I know one of you poor bastards get lost.
Bringing that parts of Mirkwood, I felt like I was on an alien planet. You know, at a glance, if you're walking the forest, it would look like a forest, but then there might be these giant spider webs all of a sudden, that because there's these giant spiders that live in Mirkwood.
What's the latest state of the art for spider webs? It's we have a lot of spider webs, and is spider web technology still the same as it used to be, spraying it out of a glue gun?
We have the same system that we use.
With that stringy rubber stuff and things.
We had developed a system on a lot of the rings. We used a polymer product which was drizzled onto pans of water and pulled out, and it was this wonderful sort of translucent, stretchy material which we could wrap people and make big, grunty spider webs. So Shelob's webs were quite big and kind of primitive. She was an early spider. What we wanted to do with the cobwebs in Hobbit was to give them a little more finesse so we could get ultra-fine, proper cobwebs.
So you'd have to manufacture the stuff into about a metre by metre sort of size, and then you'd lift it up and be able to stretch it to any size you wished. It was quite amazing stuff.
The web technology was something also that we hadn't really done before at Weta Digital. So the technical guys were all working on how are we going to make this work.
We actually did do a lot of research on webs and so forth, and it's actually amazing how many different types of webs there are. We had a look at a lot of trapdoor webs and so forth. The Australian funnel web, me being Australian, I was quite fond of that one. There was these webs that silkworms actually made, so we referenced some of that as well. But just doing the spider webs was really, really hard to do in CG. We had to work out a way of doing that. And the way we did that was we built curves. We built millions and millions of curves. Curves, they're just like strands. You just think of an individual spider web. We had to get millions of these things together, all crisscross, all to get the density out of that web.
So what I have here on the screen is what the final concept for our spider nest would look like. And this is our main web nest that we ended up building. I think there's about 45 webs in here in total.
The difficulty was to get a progression of the growing concentration of webs and spiders' nests. Eventually the dwarves get captured and strung up, cocooned high above in the branches.
Tolkien actually described this, that the cocoons don't actually completely cover the whole dwarf. You get kind of the odd nose and bit of beard and foot kind of sticking out.
The whole concept was that our dwarves would all be hanging from a branch way up in the air. So what we did was we worked out a way of making our limbs look like they were 40 feet up in the air, but they were never more than 3 feet off the ground.
Yeah, oops.
When the adrenaline's going.
When the adrenaline's going, your balance comes back when the adrenaline's going.
So whenever you were on this thing, you always felt as though you were in the middle of the trees until you looked at the ground, which was covered in green screen.
The spaces involved in forests are far beyond what you can ever hope to achieve on a soundstage, and the sets that were built for Mirkwood were kind of like the foundation in order to actually build the forest itself.
We built this huge set, but once you get a camera in there, the distance from the front of the stage to the back of the stage, it's really not that big of a distance. And Pete wanted Mirkwood to just be this huge, huge depth. So when you saw it in 3D space, it went on for miles and miles.
The digital Mirkwood forest, it's huge. You got every single blade of grass, every single leaf on the ground. You got the trunk of the trees, you got the twigs of the trees, you got every single leaf in the tree. It took a lot of computer power to do so.
Trees are surprisingly hard. You look at a tree and you just take a tree for, it's a tree. But you try to replicate that in CG, and they're complicated shapes.
They are very organic, the shape of them. So as you build curves in 3D geometry, you need more resolution. So the more detail you have in things, the more resolution you need. And as you go down into the branching levels, you need more and more resolution in the geometry. As opposed to Erebor, where it's all very big flat plains, the resolution of the geometry is very low comparably. One tree is probably equal to most of Erebor.
We've got software developers working constantly to make these trees more efficient for rendering.
We developed this program called Lumberjack, and that would build like trees. You'd basically build a trunk, and it would work out, you know, the height of the tree, what has to be the height, and then it would work out the branching and the support that the tree would have to be. But the thing with the Mirkwood forests, which we really struggled to get right, was you've got these huge trees and you place one tree here and about 20 metres later you put another tree. The issue was the branches crashed together and we had this tangle of mess of twigs and things like that.
What looked great from the start of the camera movement, when you moved around to this side, suddenly there's vine that's kind of bunching it up or making it look like spaghetti, as Peter would say.
It just becomes so heavy that it becomes difficult to work with as a model. So there's been a bit of kind of pruning, and it's been quite a trial for everyone, I think.
What I enjoyed most about Mirkwood was actually seeing it all come together. The first time I saw the spider's nest, I thought, wow, this is going to look really good.
That forest wants to kill you. And the only way it can kill you is that you have to end up killing yourself virtually by doing the things that you're not supposed to do, by going in the stream, the water, the enchanted water, and you know, it's out to conspire against you. It's going to play with your head.
Once we were inside Mirkwood, designing our way through to the other side, it seemed to be quite difficult to actually have a clear idea of the place as a whole. I must sound like I got totally lost in Mirkwood, actually, kind of like the dwarves did, but perhaps that's just how it is in Mirkwood.
In a great cave some miles within the edge of Mirkwood, on its eastern side there lived at this time their greatest king. Before his huge doors of stone, a river ran out of the heights of the forest and flowed on and out into the marshes at the feet of the high wooded lands.
It was really exciting to visit Thranduil's realm because here we are with elves, we know what elves are, but where are we going? We're going somewhere very different.
Tolkien created these different elf races. They're kind of related, but they're distinct kind of branches of the elven kingdoms, which are represented in the different environments.
The Rivendell elves, they have this sort of Art Nouveau influence to their design, but they still live on a very sort of almost a human plane. They have houses.
It has a kind of the feeling of a museum full of libraries and very much a centre of elven culture in which various artefacts have been collected.
Whereas the Lothlorien elves, they're a much more ethereal type of elf. They live up in amongst the trees.
These huge malon trees in which the elves live. It's very much a kind of the spiritual centre of elvendom in Middle-earth.
I think all the realms of the elves in Third Age are guarded realms in a sense that they are protected. But Thranduil's woodland realm was a little different than the other elven realms in that the guarding is obvious and is not invisible. It's a closed city, it's underground, it's definitely more fortified.
It's different than Elrond's court, it's different than the last homely house. It's not that, it's a cave.
Tolkien's depiction of the caves of King Thranduil was very heavily influenced by the old folktale tradition of the elves who live in the Elf Hills. Many of what are believed to be Elf Hills in tradition and in folklore are in fact ancient barrows. They're constructed mounds. Over time, people came to think of the fairy folk as actually living inside the mounds, and so we got the idea of them being small, like leprechauns. The original idea was that that was simply the entrance, that was the portal into the world that the Tuatha De Danann or the elves or the fair folk lived in.
Yeah, so Tolkien would have known all those stories and very much drew on that, I think, for The Hobbit.
I think one thing that many people might not be aware of is that Tolkien's elves have lived underground in other stories.
Much of Tolkien's early mythological writing is about the history of the elves. But because of continuing wars, they have a strong tendency to set up hidden kingdoms. And there are perhaps 3 of these. There's the hidden city of Gondolin, whose king is Turgon. There's the hidden city, the cave city of Nargothrond, whose king is Finrod. And there's the kingdom of Doriath, headed by Elu Thingol.
Thingol had created this guarded realm. He'd retreated from the world's problems by going underground and created this amazing guarded realm called Menegroth.
Tolkien clearly was inspired by his own construction of King Thingol living in the 1,000 caves of Menegroth when he came to create a very similar setting in The Hobbit.
You could almost see Thranduil borrowing a few things from Thingol's playbook. I mean, their solution to the problems of the world is to remove themselves from it and hide away.
The fortunes of the world will rise and fall, but here in this kingdom, we will endure.
The Woodland Realm was meant to be a very organic-looking place. It's all underground, but Peter really didn't want it to look like a cave.
You're thinking, okay, how do you make a cave look not like a cave? So we really wanted to somehow bring the grandeur of Lothlorien into a cave. So at that point, I just sit back and let Alan Lee and John Howe sketch away, and I just wait for them to draw something cool.
So we needed to find a sort of underground palace, if you like, that would somehow feel elven.
Must have done dozens and dozens of drawings for the whole environment. Like all elves, they love ornamentation and beauty in natural forms, but unlike Rivendell, nothing around them is actually constructed in a way. There are lots of kind of carved arches and pillars within the cave, but it's a much more kind of naturally formed environment.
Yeah, it just feels a wee bit too sort of expensive.
It's a bit round. It's sort of been...
We got quite far along actually designing this very classical kind of throne room, and Peter wasn't really having any of that. He didn't want a large, flat audience chamber. He wanted something different.
I mean, when I look at this, what I immediately think of is I think, well, what can we do that we've never seen in a throne before? And one of the things I was just thinking is about, well, what would happen if the floor wasn't flat? That there was like there was a central walkway to the throne, and then there was a couple of layers or a couple of different sort of step downs or heights. So just something that was a little bit kind of unusual.
The idea that emerged was that it would be like being in a forest, except you're underground.
Over thousands of years, they've carved the stalactites and stalagmites into shapes that represent trees to them.
It is this beautifully complex mastery of the use of wood and earth to create these flying walkways and incredibly complex staircases in the underground realm.
The best way to describe it would be to imagine walking down the nave of the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, but not on the floor, but 100 feet up, with the light coming in through the windows, and be able to walk through those columns, and very colorful and grand.
You know, an underground realm is only lit by artificial light, but how do you make that something of spectacular beauty?
Where is the light coming from? This is always the grand question, isn't it? Well, in our case, it's coming from the lighting crew, which, no, I'm kidding. We're working on the premise that the caverns are not totally buried underground. There are openings that the light can filter down through.
A sort of a very firm rule of thumb that we have is when we have big spaces, you can't cheat that. You have to have lots and lots of individual light sources. You know, you've got your overall sunlight, which is reasonably ambient, but in terms of the practical, the lantern light, you know, we just have lots and lots of those light sources.
The elves were living with this gorgeous golden light, which was obtained through the amber bulbs. And the amber could either be the tree sap, or it could be a living rock.
So would we use any of that resin? Yeah, the original.
Oh, the amber?
Yeah, the
yes. We were thinking about using that for the lights.
And there could be some where the light comes in through the roof.
That's a good idea, yeah.
There was one very important element that we needed for Thranduil's realm, and that was his throne. Needed to really reflect his character.
We went through a lot of designs for Thranduil's throne. Oh, I don't know how many drawings we did.
The idea that started to emerge most strongly was that of incorporating this kind of staghorn element. That really sprang from this little detail in the story where just after they've crossed the stream, a stag appears. And the implication is that the stag is a sacred animal to the elves.
One of the traditional features of old folklore is that the elves were associated with the white deer. It's very much an association with the other world. And if you interact with it, you may stray over into its world. And that's really perilous.
We find it in the stories of King Arthur, where they're at a feast, the doors are open, and a stag runs right through the hall and out the other side and disappears. It's the kind of the portent of an adventure.
You see the white stag or the white doe, and naturally, you think, that's really strange, I'm going to chase that. But actually, that may be a trap.
Thorin takes a shot at it. He's definitely kind of violated a taboo.
Shouldn't have done that. It's bad luck.
It seemed that this was going to be some kind of totemic or emblematic figure for Thranduil. And of course, Thranduil is riding a great kind of horned beast, an elk.
At one point, Alan put two deer's heads on the armrests of the throne, and then I did the one with the huge antlers that are sculpted out on both sides of the throne.
We found there was a particular type of elk that existed prehistorically in Ireland that had antlers that they used almost as shovels. So that became a design influence for Thranduil's throne, and we developed up this carving of these huge elk antlers.
Are these plasticine?
Yep. Oh, there's polyene.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it just needs to, you know, if that one curves there and this one kind of curves out of it, you know, you've sort of got that, yeah. One goes up and one goes down, it can go down.
Yeah, that was a monster. Trying to make something that large with that spread of antlers, I think they're about 12 foot either side, 12 feet that way and 12 feet that way, so 20, I think, yeah, it might have been a 24 foot sort of span, you know, then arched around like that. So they're bloody big.
I couldn't believe it when I walked into that set. I was just like, that's awesome.
Oh, God, it's cool.
Such a kind of position of power.
It was just the throne and a path and some steps. And then you get shown the art, the concept art for what that throne room will actually look like in the movie. And it's incredible.
It was quite an interesting design process because you're faced with the difficulty of having quite small sets, which you need to put into quite a wide environment. We basically built the things that actors needed to walk on, and all the rest was done in post-production.
The production built a floor, they built a low dais around that floor that essentially was just the edge of the floor area. But everything else, including the columns that are on top of that low-level dais, the walkway immediately off the throne area, and everything beyond that is entirely digital.
To really get the scope of what we wanted, there was no place you could build that big. And because we needed the freedom to move the camera through it, it just became more practical to create that as a digital environment.
John did a lot of the designs for the interior of Thranduil's, and John's got a passion for waterfalls, so they're, everywhere you look, there are waterfalls.
John Howe definitely loves waterfalls, and you know, as we worked our way through the different environments, you know, we got to do a lot of water simulations. And John's initial concept art of the cells that the dwarves get thrown into just had lots and lots of waterfalls in it.
So here I was blithely drawing waterfalls everywhere, waterfalls and rivulets and, little cascades. And I had no idea how hard it actually is to create.
When we were rendering water, it could commonly take up to 24 hours to see one frame come back, depending on how far and how complex some of the simulations were.
And we were like, John, do you think that we really need to have that much water? Because we've already done water in other parts, so maybe we don't need quite as much water. And he was like, okay, that's fine. So, yeah, there's still water, of course, but there's maybe not quite as much as there might have otherwise been in that environment.
We won't have it like water coming all the way through here, but we'll just do a much more distant waterfall in the, sort of bit.
Do you want us to try and get a shimmer?
I know, wouldn't that be great?
We had to create a prison, and we wanted everything in there to be beautiful, but then we didn't want the prison to be too kind of pleasant. For example, with the prison bars, you want them to feel kind of daunting and strong and oppressive, but to have an elegance to them.
Everything elvish, I loved playing an elf because everything is beautiful, even in what is supposed to be the dank, dark, deep dungeon.
If you had to be in jail, it's probably not a bad place to be in jail, if you have a sort of design aesthetic at all, but it's still a jail.
It was very nice. William and I are in here, and they said cosy one better close to the waterfall.
We're knocking out that wall and we're putting a balcony out over the elven waterfall, out over the back, and then hopefully one day, but this is a sort of long-term plan, we're going to bash through to the other cell and just sort of widen the whole place out.
And Bilbo wants us to go down to the waters and in the barrels to escape, but I got the cable guy coming. He said between 8 and 12, which is doesn't really help much. So I can't really go.
Marvellous. That was probably the largest of all the sets that was built for the interior of Thranduil's realm. It was really a multi-tiered set built around a kind of a chasm. We extended that set off so that we could see off to a distant waterfall and a cascade. And then there's the angle that the dwarves go down when Bilbo leads them down into the cellars, which is the other end of the set.
The set of the wine cellar was incredible. It was beautiful. It was it was like an elven wine cellar, so obviously for us dwarves it's even bigger.
I mean, the wine cellar brief it's elven, so it's different, but it's still a wine cellar, and you need to recognise instantly that it is a wine cellar.
The biggest components of the dressing in there was a huge collection of wine bottles. Thranduil was probably a bit of a closet alcoholic. He likes his wine, but don't we all?
Wine bottles are actually quite a recent thing, historically, and very much belongs to the 19th century. So that means it's a little bit of an anachronism in that sense, and I wanted very much for these bottles not to appear in any way modern.
And we sort of discovered a bottle design, not a conventional bottle, but a round bottomed bottle that can sit in a metal holder.
So the wine bottles in Thranduil's chamber we had blown specially for the film, and they were made in Wanganui. I think it's one of the oldest sort of glass blowers in New Zealand, and they had the facilities to be able to produce enough of these wine bottles.
They have to stack. How many high are they going to be?
I think this is it, but there's going to be stacks of them 2.5, 3 metres high in places, so...
But as soon as you have bottles, people think, oh, we need wine labels. And you think, all right, wine labels are like that. Well, no. When were wine labels invented? Well, pretty recently. And that's why we ended up with this sort of a seal and a little piece of parchment to identify it.
The wine bottles were such a success that the producers in their wisdom decided to use them as a gift for the crew, and so we ended up making a large number of wine bottles and getting one of our better wine producers to fill them.
It's really lovely. Better than a T-shirt.
It sure is. We do actually have a sort of thriving wine industry in New Zealand and a legitimate use of barrels.
You could live in a thing like this,
You could live in a barrel.
Yeah.
You could go to the Hooker Falls.
I feel very philosophical all of a sudden.
Do you reckon we can get two in there?
We had stacks and stacks of these magnificent barrels that we had made by a proper barrel maker.
Actually, the most efficient way to make a barrel is to get a cooper to make you a real barrel. And so we went out there to the wine industry and found a friendly cooper who made us numerous barrels.
Hold your breath.
Hold my breath. What do you mean?
All that stuff you see with the ramp and the barrels going down, all practical, all working.
The process of designing that, because it was always going to be a major episode in the film, that started with Guillermo. We had all kinds of interesting ideas. We had routes that were kind of incorporated into the whole environment. We kind of used those in some of the ideas, so that you'd have the barrels kind of rolling down a route that was almost like a helter-skelter, and then kind of rolling around and disappearing into a hole in the middle. But I think in the end, we came down to something that was very simple.
It was done on a pivot point like a seesaw. It was controlled by a hydraulic ram, and it was turned on for up and off for down.
As it tipped, we had different pins holding different barrels. So as it tipped down, it released the front pins and held the next ones back so that they didn't jam up all the time, because it was just a narrow hole for them all to go through.
3, 2, 1, action.
We did a few rehearsals, but you got a bottleneck or a barrel neck down the bottom of the ramp where the barrels couldn't be cleared off the stage floor quick enough. So we had some guys down there whipping them out of the way so the other barrels could keep coming down. But that took a couple of tries to get that right.
We managed to get quite a few good takes. I think Peter was like, oh, so what are you worried about? Let's do it again. And of course, then the next 2 or 3 times it didn't work at all. You know, like, damn.
And it's Bomber that's left sitting there. Oh dear. Poor Bomber. All right, okay.
I love the beauty of the Elven realm. This set was one of those instances where you walk onto set and you're transported into the world you need to be in.
You arrive and you're in another universe. And we're all in genuine awe of it. You know, we walk around just being really grateful for it and just admiring the workmanship and the detail in it.
I mean, the detail is incredible. I mean, there's little things that you'd never, ever see. But because they're there, it just makes it so real, you know? And you just feel like you're in a real place.
Tolkien describes these environments so that they're much richer than just kind of places where the action happens. They've got their own character, they've got their own distinct style. That makes it a really rewarding experience, actually developing and creating these environments.
A great bridge made of wood ran out to where, on huge piles made of forest trees, was built a busy wooden town. Not a town of elves, but of men, who still dared to dwell here under the shadow of the distant Dragon Mountain.
Lake Town was a fantastic place to visit. We're going somewhere a little bit more kind of exotic and slightly kind of outlandish.
This is a frontier town. This is a town on the edge of wilder places.
Lake Town is kind of a newer environment that you hadn't seen in the previous Hobbit film. It's a city that actually was built upon the ruins of an older city.
That first city was made of stone, and pieces of that city, which was obviously a very grand city indeed, are poking up through the surface of the lake.
And that helps with creating this rather anarchic structure of buildings that none of them are standing up particularly well. They're all kind of sinking. It feels very lived in, but also very precarious.
I wanted it like a Dickensian slum, that sort of feel where it's got a faded glory, a sadness to it, but a very quirky character.
We originally started drawing Lake Town very much the way that Tolkien had imagined it, very much inspired by the whole idea of the Swiss lake dwelling.
Tolkien subscribed to archaeological magazines, so we know that he was very well informed on things like the archaeological research of lake villages. And in the 1850s, there was a big drought, and some of the lakes in Switzerland, the water level went down, and they saw these pylons sticking out of the mud. And they realized that there had been people who had built platforms out over the water back in the Celtic times.
Buildings out on the lake are really very familiar in Northern Europe. The Irish have a special word for them, which is crannog, and there are actually probably hundreds of crannogs in the lakes of Ireland and Scotland.
They were in England. Glastonbury had a lake village, which is not that far from Oxford where Tolkien was living at the time. The question is, why would you put all of these upright piers, build a platform on it, build houses on it, when you could just live on the shore of the lake? And the general explanation is, well, it was more defensible, that it's hard for enemies to come at you if you're out over the water. But I think Tolkien came up with a fantasy explanation, because one of the odd features is these lake towns tend mostly to have burned down in the end. And so you have a fantasy explanation of why would people go to all this trouble, might be, well, it's a good defense against the dragons.
Complexities of Lake Town. Built on water. Very good. Okay, so the town built on water. Now this is I think it's really cool. Myself, I think it's fantastic. And to me, it's not a problem at all. It's one of the things that's going to make it neat to use in a movie.
Well, the idea with Lake Town, we wanted to make it feel a bit more kind of remote, getting close to sort of the unknown lands. And Lake Town is very much a kind of a trading station, right on the borders of the known world.
We started designing Lake Town as a very Celtic kind of place. And then it became rather more sophisticated. And it's true that the presence of a mayor and this idea of trade quickly pointed to something more like Venice, but made of wood.
One of the influences for this town was those Asian villages on big river deltas. The little houses are individually built. They're all on top of each other. So you need the access with canals, lots of boats.
Lake Town's greatest influence, I think, would be the Russian wooden architecture and Norwegian stave churches with these wonderful peaked roofs with, roofs superimposed on roofs and towers.
It's all timber, lots of shingles, big kind of overhanging gables, and decorative roof ridges.
Stave churches were a huge influence on the design, especially for the town hall.
All of the buildings wanted to feel a little bit like they were ships. So we had every prow or every frontage of every house or shop has got an effigy of some sort of ship's prow.
Lake Town is an example where we know it's going to look big and nice and interesting, but what the real issue for us is what we have to build.
So we designed a lot of individual buildings, but when it comes down to deciding what you're actually going to physically build, we essentially did that by modelling up a lot of the designs and laying them out on top of a table which represented the size of the studio.
We made a little square the size of the studio, and we started shuffling buildings around and working out where our canals would work, where boats could move.
The Green Canal can head off either in that direction, could be one, and then it can come out through here. I mean, maybe this is a big waterway that is in the middle of the city here, big sort of a lakey kind of. Sure. So you're literally just looking at all these buildings that you've got, and you say, okay, let's put that one over here, and you're kind of designing it on a table with these cardboard models.
So originally we laid it out as to how big it would be and the shape that it would take. In the end, it was too big.
Well, you only got you got to shoot everything. Where's the wall?
You quickly realise that you've run out of studio space by the time you actually do this.
We couldn't fit it in the bigger stages because you needed room on the side to put the techno cranes and, and stuff like that. So it had to be a lot smaller.
The other option would be to shift this all down there a bit and to put Bard's house here and include that canal as one of the Bard going past Bard's house.
We could do that.
Is the other option, isn't it?
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time and energy getting the models right, bringing more detail to our models and even painting them up to a finish.
Only on The Hobbit have we kind of had the skill level and also had the facilities to push these models to a final finish.
The Lake Town model was almost as good as a shootable miniature by the time we'd finished it. It's a work of art in itself. They should go to a museum, a small museum.
Oh, that's right, it's only barred.
It was very important that we got the models right so that Peter could approve that, and then that was the green light for us to go ahead with the build. Lake Town is a wonky city, so nothing is flat, nothing is level, nothing is straight up and down.
So part of the problem we faced was actually encouraging the carpenters to build things that weren't straight. It's very hard.
Everyone's had to throw away their old rules about building conventional buildings and go with these very kind of wonky, obtuse angles. This is where we establish exactly how wonky the architecture is getting. And the next phase is to clad these surfaces with the textures that really start to tell the story of the people of Long Lake.
Blues and silvers were the main overall colour influences in Lake Town, and they're chosen because they're essentially fish colours, fish and sea colours.
It had a real fishing theme to it, so all of the carvings were all fish-based.
In Middle-earth, each culture seems to have their motif, and like Rohan and their horse, Lake Town was the fish, and that's evident all through Lake Town.
I love the fish motif, you know, the buildings have sort of scale work on them. It's beautiful.
One of the things that's fun about designing and building sets in movies, environments, cities like Lake Town, is when you then have to make it decay and look like it's faded, because that adds a whole layer of history to it.
I love the mildewy sort of...
Yes.
That's great.
Yes.
Alan and I both did initial design passes at the town hall.
We must find these troublemakers and arrest them.
My thoughts exactly so.
Alan designed the main area inside with that colonnade and the office.
I think the interior was particularly beautifully dressed, and I spent a lot of time kind of doing these little detailed kind of wooden carved panels, and one of the little figurative elements was a little head carved above a doorway, and the sculptor made a little portrait of John as a kind of little homage to him.
That's my cameo up there. Looks good, doesn't it?
Looks amazing.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's really coming together.
I think it's my favourite set so far. It's got that kind of quality of an institution, a tax office. You know, it just reminds me of the kind of places that occasionally visit in provincial town halls in England. You know.
The Master's Chambers was full of ledgers and documents from the old times when things were good. So we manufactured hundreds and hundreds of books for that set, and we'd been fortunate enough to purchase the old ledgers from a bank in Wellington, and the ledgers were over 100 years old. So the contents of all of these books were just as beautiful as the exterior of them.
1918. Going through someone's accounts. But everyone's got like nice handwriting.
It was such a pleasure to work in that hall because the level of detail that the designers and the set designers was astounding. You could be in there all day reading little bits of paper that had little notes and things on them, you know.
And someone has written in the most beautiful handwriting and aged it so that the ink looks very, very old. You know, the camera will never see it, but it's there.
You picked the wrong man to tangle with, Master Bard.
The master had to have a throne, and there's a lot of time went into concept work for that throne, and eventually John that came up with a concept that Peter liked, which was that the throne would have major fish elements.
You know how salmon, when they spawn, the males get this incredibly underslung jaw. It looks quite fierce and quite predatory, and to me that kind of symbolized the nature of the mayor of Lake Town. Is he's a little bit of a commercial predator in that he's making lots of money. And that's why I put these two fish on his chair.
What is the meaning of this?
We caught them stealing weapons, sire.
Ah, enemies of the state, eh?
Winter in Lake Town was a big part of the visual storytelling that we had to try and portray on the set.
Epsom salts, magnesium sulfate.
We have several techniques to produce fake snow and ice. On the water, the floating ice consisted of a dacron base, a white sort of insulation foamy base, drizzled with wax.
It has a structural integrity factor from dacron blanket, which is acting as an integral part of the support to stop it breaking. And then we're melting paraffin wax into the mould.
I come into work and I was too scared to say, oh, I had a dream about ice just last night. And he goes, oh, I've been too scared to tell you about it. I had a dream about ice as well. So just about every night we have a dream about bloody ice.
You see big white squares in front of your eyes all the time.
Even though it wasn't cold, just looking at this ice, it was so realistic that it gave you the chills. Have you seen the ice? No. Look at this one. Disgusting.
Excuse me, which way's Dale? Dale. Which way is it? Is it there? That way? Okay.
You build a city on a lake, you've got to have boats. And one of the great fun things we did on this film was we built 30 boats.
Jaffray Sinclair was our lead boat builder. He wrangled the team of boat builders.
You can see what we're making here. This is our skiff, the smallest one we're going to do. Bard skiff is one of these.
We designed every plank and every rib of each boat in the computer and then assembling them using traditional boat builders, assembling these computer-cut cassette boats.
Because the frames are CNC cut, they have to be spot on. So to set it up, we use a laser level, which we have set up here, and we can just check for it to be exact, right down to the nearest millimetre. And that just makes sure that everything goes together neatly.
One of the parameters we're working with was we were trying to work in 400 millimetres of water. So, you know, roughly 1.5 foot of water for these boats. So you couldn't have a great big deep draft boat. We had to cut the bottoms off and build them as flat bottom boats. Two advantages here. One is they don't draw nearly as much water, and the other one is that they're very stable. So you can have people who are not necessarily very familiar with boats walking around in them and they don't tip over.
Oh, they'll float, yeah. I wouldn't cross an ocean, but they'll float. Yeah, they're all watertight. They'll all be watertight. Yeah.
Oh, look what's happening. Goodness gracious. This is the fishing boat, which is, we've got 3 days to put a mast on it, rig it, and so we've got to get it looking beautiful. Look at these fellows. So everybody works together, as we should, as we should.
The Lake Town set that we built in K-Stage was a massive, massive set. It basically took up the most space you can take up.
They built the set almost right up to the walls, like as much as they sort of could allow for some of the big apparatus, like the scissor lifters and some of the big sort of devices to carry the big lights. But, oh, it was tight in there. It was real tight.
I mean, it fills the whole soundstage.
There were canals, there was water, and we had like sometimes 50, 60 people, you know, trying to get from one side of Lake Town to the other, and they had to use the same little bridges and walkways and staircases as the characters do in the film.
Uh-oh. We usually put Peter's tent, well, obviously as close as we can from the action, but, you know, Peter were doing shots where we could see almost like 160 degrees of people running in the street, and there's no room for him, so we ended up hiding his tent in one of the little houses, and I remember our department putting drapes and, you know, curtains to kind of hide where Peter was hiding for him to look at the monitors and look at what the action was.
Okay, here we go, and action. Second action.
Even though it is a very poor
decrepit old city, it still has a life to it which needs to be imbibed into the set through the subtleties in the set dressing, if you like.
Great, fantastic layers of dressing in Lake Town. We sort of designed the set around industry and shops and making a believable sort of market that had different vendors that you'd have in a market.
The marketplace really was all about how the people of this town lived, and so you needed to justify what sort of stalls would be there by what the needs of a community living in this environment would be, you know. And so obviously clothing is an issue, food is an issue, so both of those things were big players. A lot of fish, huge amount of fish in this marketplace.
Well, what do you got? Let's see, we've got fish snapper, this is the flounder over here. Oh, yeah. Feel like some bottom feeder. Well, I'm a bottom feeder, so, you know, I think we all are, really.
What we did in terms of our marketplace was we went out into our community, and in New Zealand has a sort of reasonably large alternative lifestyle community, and we got people from those areas who had the skills that we needed. So pretty much anything from bookbinding to knife making to glass blowing to all of those wonderful old skills we used for the movie.
And at the moment we're in the middle of a large run of lanterns for the Lake Town scenes.
Obviously, Lake Town itself was going to be a huge user of pottery. And Ivan was our potter. He was on the job from day one.
Ivan the potter was busy. He was just making pots all over the show, yeah. He had his own pottery area and he'd crank them out left, right and centre. He was very prolific.
And maybe the challenge is because there's just hundreds to make, I can't fluff around too much with a piece, you know, meticulously sculpted. It has to be kind of fast and spontaneous. The trickiness is to add the little bit of flavour, the distinctive flavour of that race or that style, or that culture, like the fish scales or whatever.
Yeah, the Lake Town sets were elaborate, detailed, really impressive works of art.
There was a lot of things like fishing nets and these fantastic glass buoys that would sort of bend the light.
There were these little glass balls, like a little cluster of glass balls that were hanging from the sort of dock that we were on. And I live in Hawaii, so now I'm familiar with some of the old Japanese styles of fishing. That would have been a floater, and they would have used that to float their line.
One of the really crucial parts of Lake Town was to describe the written language. And our graphics master, Daniel Reeve, has a special way with a quill.
Lake Town, we've gone a bit further east in look than we've been before. So I introduced some bits and pieces from the Cyrillic alphabet, or the look of it at least, into how Lake Town looks. It's quite kind of long and thin and reminiscent of docks and wharves and fishing paraphernalia and that sort of thing.
We went to notice boards and public announcements, things like that, and they were little moments posted all over the set. Funny little advertisements like lost boats, and have you seen my left oar, and things like that.
Yeah, that looks interesting.
Being a city of 5,000 was sort of reasonably large, and so we had to build the set a number of times. I mean, it would have been great to have built the set once, left it in the studio, and come and gone. But every time, you know, due to actor availability as well as various other issues, we built Lake Town 5 times. We did have our big exterior set out in the back lot.
Pretty impressive when I was seeing it being built. Like, everyone kept telling me they're going to fill it up here with water, and I was thinking, how are they going to do that? But I still don't know how it works.
They built this ingenious wall of big, thick concrete blocks, and they flooded it with water. I mean, it's incredible when you see the size of it.
I love the feeling, you know, when you're filming and you forget you're on a set, you know? So you turn a corner and you're being surrounded by houses and you think, am I on Lake Town right now? So that's always a good feeling, and then you turn around and you see the green screen, you know?
What's brilliant about this set, I guess, is that Peter can shoot from so many different angles without worrying about having to move stuff around, because whichever way you look here, it's a brilliant backdrop.
And like me and Aidan on Lake Town specifically, we were walking around thinking, okay, if we had to buy a piece of real estate here, which house would you live in? He's like, I'd live in that one because it's by the pub, or, you know, I'd live in that one because it's got a good view of the river, or, you know, have a little courtyard here, and you get a wine there, and watch the sunset from there, and we'd go fishing.
So a little cafe in Lake Town, little chessboard, somewhere to relax, you know, on a sunny morning. You do a bit of fishing if you felt like it. Just very much sort of make yourself at home in Lake Town.
It really does bring out the child in you.
I always think it would be really good to play a game of paintball here. Loads of nooks and crannies to hide into.
Going through to another part of Lake Town. I'm going to get the cameraman to do something very, very stupid now. You're going to get him to walk the gangplank.
All these little bridges that link up, you're constantly getting wet.
I really enjoyed that set in the back lot. And it's also big enough that you could sort of get lost in the middle of it and kind of imagine that you were, you know, really somewhere else.
I'd say Lake Town would have been the biggest build we did, just because of the water, the movability of the sets, and the amount of times we built various Lake Town sets.
Like the set of Lake Town. No idea what that cost. I've got no idea. And I've made a few big films, but not on, no, this scale is, it's almost hilarious.
All right, we'll fix that. Okay, so this is now looking down over Lake Town, is it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There it is. Look at that.
That's
big budget. That is a big budget down there.
Look at the money that's been spent
Oh,
on
I see.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stretches for miles, as far as the eye can see.
Doesn't it?
Lake Town is big. That means much use of green screen. No matter how big you think it is in a studio when you go in there, and it's quite impressive to go in a huge big stage with a big set, you know, it's got to be bigger than that in the film.
You know, you can only get so many buildings on a stage, and we needed Lake Town to look like it supported a fairly sizable, you know, population.
Because you couldn't build an entire city, because it's quite a large city, it was up to us to extend those buildings and extend the people and the crowds and the feeling of the city off beyond the green screen.
All the models that have been made for the actual set construction were of such a good standard that we could scan them and then use them as the basis for the set extensions.
So for each of the buildings that were designed on set, we designed a digital one that matched exactly to it. So they originally built the entire city digitally, broke it down into neighborhoods, like this is the Merchant District, this is the Soldier District, this is the Town Hall, Town Center. So we laid out the entire city, and then as we went into each part of the city, the layout artists would go in, and along with adding all the buildings, the walkways, the lights, the digital people, they would also do all the dressing along the houses and along the walkways.
We try to make the city feel like a real place. We put in lots of detail, chairs and tables and things that make it seem like a place that people live in, almost like a Lego kit.
Here you can see the amount of detail that we're putting in. So we've got, you know, these little flags that hang across. We've got wires, awnings, you know, the boats, the rope. There's a huge amount of stuff that we put in there. So even just debris on the ground to break it up.
One of the bigger shots that we're working on is an establishing shot of Lake Town. It's a chance where you get to see the whole city. This was one of the original plates that were shot on set. And as you can see, we had to extend it quite a bit. You just have the boat and you have a couple of buildings.
But this is very funny. I remember the day we shot this scene where I was on this boat and everybody has their lunch in these, and they were all sitting in the windows watching me sail through the car park. It's very odd. It's a funny day.
We weren't even shooting the set. We were shooting the production building with all of the people sitting in their desks. And then at the end of the shot, it finally came around. You actually saw Bard and his boat and the front of Lake Town. So we decided it was just easier just to replace it all with digital.
What we proposed was, could we even do an alternate camera? Could we go higher and wider with the city? Could we really get a chance to see the entire structure?
It was our first look at Lake Town, so we wanted to be able to really get a good look at everything, to see the expanse of Lake Town, because in this movie, you don't really see how big Lake Town is except for a couple shots. So it really had to show that off.
the critical thing that we always wanted to do is to really sell the idea of it being an island, and that causeway is working quite well. RKO Radio Tower, Lake Town Radio, Lake Town, coming in. We've got a special on fish down at the market today.
You know, with the crew that's working on Lake Town, part of the appeal of working on it was knowing what happens in the books, knowing what happens to Lake Town. That we're going to build this gigantic city, and we know what Smaug's going to do to it. So the appeal of it is not just this film, but it's the next film as well.
Smaug's going to come and ruin it all, which is a shame, really, because it's been it's probably been the set I've worked on the most since I've arrived, and so I've become quite fond of it. Well, it is Bard's home, too, you know? No, it's been a very special place to work on, especially when you think you are working in a car park that's been flooded. It's just brilliant.
In the beginning, a project like this, there's absolutely nothing. There's a book, and there's a very ambitious director. But to put all that into a world where there's absolutely nothing that exists is a huge job.
The sharing of knowledge was incredible, and I don't think there was a single person on the production who didn't feel like they were part of something really special.
It's more than a job, you know? It's playtime. It's emotional, just working here. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
People doing the steel work, you know, the carpenters, the sculptors, the painters, you know, this extraordinary legion of people. And then exactly the same thing digitally, except, you know, they're not using hammers and brushes. They're all in front of their computers. They're doing exactly the same thing. They're constructing and sculpting and texturing and painting, you know.
They work magic, those people. They really do. I was continually astonished, and I still am when I see the movie. I'm still flabbergasted by the magnificence of the different parts of Middle-earth that they've created.
I'm just astounded by what we were able to achieve by taking this really proactive attitude and going for it and getting the finishes, getting the detail, making it feel as real as it possibly could.
And I mean, that's one of the great pleasures of doing this job is when you go into this play world of the imagination and you see how somebody else has created this so entirely and perfectly, just so that you can make a film in it, you know?
And cut. Great. Thank you very much.
What is Gandhi's theme song?
It was a fellowship theme. How did the fellowship theme go?
Anybody know the tune, the fellowship tune?
Hey, Andrew, Andrew, what was the fellowship theme? You should be humming that to yourself as you walk in here.
To the bridge of Coswood.
There have been a few times in the past decades where film music has really broken through into the popular consciousness. And I think Howard Shore's work on the Middle-earth films is a very rare and very special thing.
Throughout the Middle-earth series, beginning with The Lord of the Rings and now continuing into The Hobbit, Howard Shore's score sort of hit the zeitgeist at the right time. It's emotional.
They will look for his coming from the White Tower, but he will not return.
The last of our kin.
It's dramatic. and it's got a lot of heart. And I think will continue to be some of the best known scores in cinema going forward for decades.
Setting out to create The Hobbit, we wanted to bring this world into the world that we had already established with Lord of the Rings.
The first Hobbit movie, An Unexpected Journey, covered a lot of very familiar territory with Hobbiton and the Hobbits and the Ring and Gollum and Rivendell, which all required us to reprise themes. I mean, we didn't want to write a new Rivendell theme. It was a great score, but the most exciting thing really about the second movie is that, you know, there was hardly any old themes in it. Our journey goes into uncharted new territory. And for the first time in the Hobbit trilogy, Howard was able to write a brand new score from start to finish. This is the Howard Shore score that I was certainly waiting for.
Tolkien's writing is very complex, probably the most complex fantasy world ever created. It filled up with so many ideas of places and cultures. So you needed all of these themes for clarity, for storytelling.
A very big component of Howard's score is the use of the themes to anchor you and remind you of a character and where you are in the story.
I think the score for film 2 has more new themes than we've had in a single film before, even in the original trilogy. Howard wrote 19 themes, and all of those were approved by Peter before he was scoring anything to picture.
Should we orchestrate this? Because I think it's good to go. The way that we work with Howard is that he starts to generate new themes. If we want a new theme, a new character, you know, we're going to a new place. He generates those themes without any picture. He literally writes a 1.5 minute synth mock-up. Once that theme exists and everybody's happy with it, then it's so easy to then take that theme and apply it to the different scenes that you want to use it.
Usually I spend a few months just writing the thematic ideas. And I start with Tolkien's writings. The words, to me, always inherently have everything I need to get started.
The lost path. No other idea would come into Bilbo's tired head. He just sat, staring in front of him at the endless trees.
And here we have 3 really good screenwriters, so you take away a lot from the screenplay.
If this is to end in fire, then we will all burn together.
Looking at beautiful conceptual drawings of Alan Lee and John Howe is a great source of inspiration. And I like to visit the set. Seeing the actual creations of Richard Taylor and Weta Workshop. Seeing the actual designs brought to life in the studio. See the director in action.
So Steve, you've got to go in better and you have to sort of get across to here.
Peter describing an image in the green screen can be enlightening.
He spins around on you and this huge big body of the dragon kind of slithering its way between one wall and the other.
But having said all that, sometimes I like to just dream of it on my own. It's a little bit like Oz, you know, you don't want to take a peek behind the curtain and see how everything's being done. You want to stay in the magic of it. I like to write the themes first and then go into the scoring process, so the themes and the motifs are fully formed.
In the past with these films, what has happened is that Howard would write the music, he orchestrates the music, delivers the final scores to the players, and is up there conducting the LPO in London.
Touch it once and then let it decay.
On The Lord of the Rings, we were able to go to London from New Zealand and go to Abbey Road. You know, I should sit in on every single music recording session.
He would spend the entire scoring time in London so that he could be on the stage helping shape the performance of the music.
I just wondered if there was any way the scene could start after the shot of Gollum when we're back on Frodo again, because it goes Frodo, Gollum, Frodo.
We thought we were going to be able to go to London when we did the first Hobbit movie.
Yeah, Mr. Gandalf, can't you do something about this deluge?
But we just couldn't figure out how to leave the country for 6 weeks. The post-production in New Zealand was so intense that we just couldn't get there.
I think we want to lower everything for the Goblin King's line so it really stands out.
Peter's a guide for not just music, but for everything.
Do you want one shot of the dwarves running towards us?
Any process that Peter Jackson would be away from, technical or creative decisions.
That last warg springs off a bit lightweight, that one there.
Those processes would suffer.
It would be good if it's a violent shot.
Well, the same thing happened for us because he wasn't able to come to London.
And it was a big struggle because it meant that he wasn't able to help in shaping the score in the way he had on the original trilogy.
So getting into film 2, we now knew that we're not going to get Peter to come to London. So how do we do it? How do we take the mountain to Mohammed?
So this time on the Desolation of Smaug, we brought the scoring to New Zealand. We did that in the Wellington Town Hall with the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra.
We also built a system and a team so that Howard could stay in New York, where he lives and works, and really focus on the one thing that nobody else can do, and that is compose. Breaking the tasks down so that James Sizemore and Conrad Pope would do the orchestrations.
Howard is usually composing 2 minutes of new music each day, and we develop the sounds and textures under his supervision.
It's quite a team effort, really. So it kind of worked like that from me to James to Conrad, and then Conrad conducting.
And what an orchestrator can do is take a composer's shorthand and help him determine the part each instrument in the ensemble will play. This is a massive task because each bar is so contained with so much information of dynamics, how loud you play, how long you play, whether or not it's staccato, marcato, it's all these things that are just overwhelming, the amount of information. And that's one bar. And these pieces of music that Howard has written will have 400 bars in them.
This is an example of one violin part from one cue we prepared for the Hobbit film.
We don't get to see the parts ahead of time. We arrive and it's just on our music stand.
This is what we get, and then we start reading, and you know, sometimes it's a bit busier, but that's just what we do.
There's no real rehearsal. We just come in and we do our job, which is to play everything perfectly first time.
Here we go. 4 into 95. Recording.
Here lies our path through Mirkwood.
Mirkwood, it's a forest that's kind of hallucinogenic almost. You get lost in this tangle of trees and fungus. And the music can actually get inside the heads of the characters more effectively than just about anything.
Mirkwood definitely had a clear, identifiable tune to it.
It's a very simple, straightforward line that tends to get lost in the texture, but there's this recurring idea. wander off the path and they lose that theme and they lose that clarity and everything becomes jumbled and hypnotic.
That music was made to make you feel ill. To make you feel a bit woozy.
Howard has a very impressive ability to really shape the sound using some aleatoric methods in the music.
Aleatoric, in a very rough sense, boils down to there being some improvised element of the music that creates this very bizarre but beautiful texture.
We owe a great debt to the composers of the 50s, the Polish avant-garde, really, which is where it really became a more well-known technique.
Modern composers like Penderecki that really stress that type of writing.
Essentially, the players have a box with some notes in it. They can play any of those notes in any order, in any rhythm they want. And they don't have to play them all. They can pick a few, they can pick one. But the main thing is to get some randomness in it.
It's almost like a scene from Dante's Hell. You could actually hear the tormenting of the various souls, that human element that we bring to it.
A lot of the work to create the sense of what a trippy kind of experience that the Doors are going through was obviously going to be done through sound.
Just do like various strokes or whatever you do on the waterphone, whatever it is you do to that thing.
We wanted to invoke some sound of things falling off the trees and things slipping out of your mind.
The orchestra could just come up with some, well, not sound effects, but almost like musical sound effects. Stringed instruments being played in ways they shouldn't be played. A whole lot of different strange percussion sound, bowed cymbals.
The name for this is random stuff.
And fuse it together into what is Mirkwood.
Further in on a Mirkwood is the Woodland Realm, which is the elvish kingdom of Thranduil.
When the woodland elves are introduced, there has to be a little bit of cohesiveness and continuity to tie them together with all the other elf cultures. We already have the Lothlorien elves, we have the Rivendell elves.
Rivendell has had its own structure, its own harmonic language. It was based around a much more formal type of system of harmony.
And then you move over to Lothlorien, which sounds slightly Arabic, if you will. But now you have this whole new elf culture, which has their own heritage behind it.
When you get to the Woodland Realm, things start to get a little bit more complex in terms of, are these friends, are these foes?
I offer you my help.
They're sort of both light and dark at the same time, and I think the theme actually does represent that and show that.
Do not think you would allow your son to pledge himself to a lowly sylvan elf.
Tauriel is one of the few elf characters to have her own theme.
Where other elf royalty didn't have thematic music specifically created for them, like Elrond, Galadriel. They have hints of their culture connected to them. But Tauriel has her own motifs.
Her theme sort of draws on a little figure that you often hear at the end of the theme for the Woodland Realm.
So that is very similar to the same idea.
Music describes her movement and how fluid it was.
One of my favorite musical themes in these films so far is Kili and Tariel's theme. It's absolutely beautiful.
This theme was based on the concept of duality. In the beginning, you have a duet for flute and oboe. You know, two different voices conversing.
She worries. She thinks I'm reckless.
Are you?
Because you basically have a relationship theme here that's between two cultures that don't traditionally go together.
This connection that forms between the two of them, it's doomed from the beginning, but it's no less beautiful for being doomed. One of the favourite things that I get to do working on these films is to work with Howard Shore, writing lyrics for Howard when he needs choir.
It is Merith and Gilith, the feast of starlight. All light is sacred to the Eldar, but wood elves love best the light of the stars.
When she speaks about how elves love all light, above all else they love starlight, and the notion that this young Sylvan elf, whose world has probably been confined by this dark woodland, and who has never really ever ventured out into the world, has yet in a way spiritually gone beyond the confines of the world and walked, as she says,
I have walked there sometimes, beyond the forest and up into the night.
That became the theme of the song, and then we gave it to David Salo, who does all our translations.
The chorus is two different languages. You have an Elvish language, and you have Huzdul, the Dwarvish language, kind of going back and forth, call and response.
This soprano with the London Voices, Grace, who sang that, I'd have to say one of the best sopranos I've ever heard. She did an amazing, amazing job.
And then by the time we actually hear that Tariel and Kili theme develop when Tariel heals Kili at the end of the film, it's so much more powerful because it's kind of had the chance to grow and mature along with those characters.
It's like a fragile thing, the way they connect. And I think Howard just perfectly captured that with the theme that he wrote.
At its heart, you're using themic material that is telling the story.
Do you think she could have loved me?
The music is really an emotional guide, and Howard's scores have been a big part of the success and the connection that the audience has with these films. The journey on the Hobbit's score has been different for a number of reasons, and for film 2, we knew we were not going to get Peter to come to London, so we decided that we would launch a scoring adventure, if you will, in Wellington Town Hall.
Now, this building is exactly 100 years old, and it's an auditorium built before anybody recorded sound. It's built for live performance, and as such, the acoustics are incredibly good.
Soon after it was opened, it was rated as one of the top 10 auditoriums in the world.
The town hall hosted Queen Elizabeth II on her inauguration tour when she first visited New Zealand. Later in its history, the first time New Zealanders got to hear the Beatles live in concert was at the Wellington Town Hall in 1964.
The acoustics in the town hall are quite impressive. But the problem is it's not a dedicated recording facility. And I was very nervous about that because there's a lot of equipment that we need in order to do this properly.
Today is day one of our pack-in for recording into the town hall. You know, we're still kind of working out what needs to go where and how we're going to have it, because essentially we're building a studio inside this big, beautiful building. Hopefully, in a few days, we would have totally worked it out.
Look at all this gear behind over here. The town hall has got a fantastic acoustic, and so we want to be able to capture the sound of the orchestra in the room. But the way that we are setting it up is really studio quality, so we're hoping to get the best of both worlds.
The floor layout of the town hall was a similar space to Abbey Road in London. Before he came out here, Pete measured everything out at Abbey Road and then overlaid that orchestra setup into the CAD drawings that the NZSO had sent us for the town hall. And then that became essentially this duplicate setup of what he had done in Studio One at Abbey Road.
Pete Cobbin basically set it up with an array of incredible old microphones, some of them 50 or 60 years old.
We've got some classic M50 Neumann microphones, and they're a good 60 years old, and they've got a fantastic warm coloration.
He's got microphones in all sorts of interesting little places, recording not just the orchestra, he's recording like the reverb and the echo and the decay that a place like this actually gives you.
You can just hear, if you think of the sound going up to the ceiling and then back down, you can write bigger music, more epic music, more music like Richard Strauss, because this hall can be filled with immense sound.
We actually recorded a large section of the Fellowship of the Ring score here back in 2001 with the New Zealand Symphony Orchestra.
It's just an honor to be working with you. We started with the New Zealand Symphony on the Mines of Moria. They were the first orchestra that recorded music for Lord of the Rings. It was a piece that we took to Cannes. It was kind of a teaser reel kind of thing.
Greetings from New Zealand. I'd like to introduce you to my friend and passenger, Peter Jackson.
Thank you, Gandalf. Thank you. I'd like to welcome you all to the special screening of some footage from the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
New Line wanted to roll out Fellowship of the Ring in a big way at the Cannes Film Festival in May of 2001, and it was decided that they would show an entire sequence for the film.
Frodo. Orcs.
We were a long way from doing any music scoring, but we needed to do this section.
So they brought Howard down there. This is why the films were still very much in production. So everything sort of needed to be down in New Zealand. There was no time for anyone to go anywhere else.
Actually, tomorrow I go out and shoot some more of the film. So it's a kind of interesting place to be at the moment. You don't know whether you're Arthur or Martha.
The Cannes Film Festival presentation was critical. There was no guarantee that this series was going to be a success. And if it hadn't been, even though we shot all 3 films, we would have downscaled our post-production efforts on film 2 and 3. So there was a lot riding on it.
It was the proof of concept for the film, but it also was for the music. Howard wasn't known as someone that had tackled this sort of filmmaking before. So to be able to introduce that to the world, both cinematically and musically, it was just hugely important.
hopefully they'll get some sort of idea of the sheer scope and depth and passion that we have for these movies.
Even just showing the 24 minutes that we showed after 4 years of work, it feels a bit like a premiere, and everybody has been so kind in comments of what they saw that I think it's a good cause for celebration, so we're very happy.
It played terrifically at Cannes, and we felt, okay, we've got a winner here. Now we just have to finish it.
It was before the actual score was due to be recorded in the UK, so we thought it might get replaced eventually before the film was finished, but it wasn't the case. The New Zealand Symphony Orchestra played so brilliantly, and this room sounded so fantastic that it was never replaced, and that's what you're hearing in the movie.
The 26 minutes that we recorded very much became the sound. And in a way, that kind of set the mood for that film and for pieces that came after it.
A number of the players had been with us when we did The Mines of Moria, so it was a little bit of a homecoming.
Yeah, I was part of the first Lord of the Rings movie. Of course, I was a bit younger, like we all were, but it was really exciting, something I had never done before.
To be involved in such a huge film score, Oscar-winning score, I was just having the best time of my life with that.
To now go full circle after so many years and be back playing his music with another wonderful conductor, Conrad Pope, it's a great combination.
So, welcome back.
This is a huge deal for the Interdeso. Obviously, The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit is presenting New Zealand to the rest of the world. I mean, this is Middle-earth. We've been wanting to do this recording for a very long time. So we're very glad it's gone there and back again. It's now back in New Zealand.
The New Zealand Orchestra was truly impressive, and I gotta say, the sound that came out of there was really amazing.
I always thought it'd be great to be able to bring that home and let them get their teeth around an entire score this time rather than just a 20-minute section.
It's really different recording to performing. Part of the difference is that in a recording, it goes on for a whole day. So a concert would never go on for a whole day. You have to keep your energy strong and concentrated throughout many more hours.
I find this, in a way, more challenging and more stimulating than playing a Bruckner symphony.
It is very different to what we normally would do in a symphony concert, for example. We need to be directed by the conductor, in this case, conductor and orchestrator.
Just going to play this and try to catch the various tempo changes with the click, then we'll come back and dissect it.
Conrad Pope is pretty much the top orchestrator in town, and he brings such a kind of an infectious joy.
He's so sort of laid back and chilled out. He sort of doesn't at all suit the stereotype of a conductor.
And we're locking the doors.
A good conductor is not someone who makes a performance. A good conductor is someone who actually releases a performance. Not dictate it, not command it, perhaps guide it, but know that his real role is to honor their artistry and to make it possible for all the instrumentalists here to give their best.
What is this place? This Master Buggins is the world of men.
The Lake Town theme was about this town that once had glory. Now it's faded into the past because of its trials and tribulations with a dragon.
We wanted to base the Lake Town theme almost like a smuggler's shanty town, something like out of, England in the 1700s at the Cornwall coast.
17th century pirates, smugglers. It has that feeling to me of this folk piece that may have been 100 or a couple hundred years old.
Folk songs tend to have that simple, repetitive structure. It has that dun, da, da, dun, da, da, da. It almost felt like a work song.
It probably relates more to Rohan in the folk aspect of it. But Rohan had the hardanger. It had this northern European sound. Whereas Lake Town does feel more like England.
Get me a brandy.
The mayor and his lackey really have this sort of tainted air of decay and corruption.
The master of Lake Town has got this little theme which is played on a clavichord.
Howard asked for clavichord, and but in the demo he sent, it was a harpsichord sample. Pete really liked the sound of the demo, and I was really concerned that we would go and record the clavichord, and Pete would be wondering what it was and what happened to the sound in the demo that he had really liked.
They're both keyboard instruments with metal strings inside. The clavichord is struck with little metal blades, which gives it a sort of dingier tone. Whereas a harpsichord plucks its strings as it's played, which gives it a nice, brilliant type of sound.
So we had to decide, would we do a harpsichord or a clavichord? So we decided to get both down to the town hall and try them.
When we actually came around to review it for Pete, Fran actually immediately said, well, it's obvious which one we have to go to. And to us, it was all obvious, but we weren't sure whether her obvious was the same that was obvious to us. And then there was this pause. It was almost deliberate, I think, that she just waited like 10 seconds or so before she actually said which one, but it was the clavichord.
I think we can go to the next spot, 41.
The score that we receive at the beginning of each session, it's really just the starting point for the music that we'll be recording that day. There are so many changes that are made.
I find myself at a disadvantage when I'm sitting in the room trying to give notes. Don't know anything about bars and octaves and semitones, and it's all kind of Latin nonsense to me, really. But I listen to the music and I imagine dramatically, how it's got to work within the framework of the film.
Any notes?
Yeah, I had a couple of little notes there, just a couple of small ones. I just wondered if the very first notes are a bit too, I don't know, sort of lacking tension or lacking an edge.
When it comes to music, he doesn't have the musical terminology, but if he explains the story and you understand what he's trying to do with the story, that pretty much explains everything that needs to happen from a music perspective.
I will translate what the director says and know immediately, because of my orchestrational skills, this, and this. Let's try it.
Flutes, all of you take piccolos. With your piccolos and stuff, just do rips up to the highest possible note.
Let's try that, yeah.
Let's see if this works.
A little bit psycho, isn't it?
Is it a little too psycho?
Well, it's about as psycho as you can get, without being psycho.
It's the flutes is what's doing the psycho stuff.
I think that's a bit too, it's a wee bit too much, I think.
Hey, Conrad, we've gone too far with the flutes. I think what Pete's looking for is if we put the flutes back to what they have, and I don't know if we can have anything playing this part an octave up from what the top currently is.
If there are more complex changes to the music, we actually need to get new parts printed.
Rick, could you give the trumpets, basically the clarinet part,
from bars 26 through 34.
At Conrad's request, he wanted to add the trumpets into a section of music that didn't have trumpets previously, and he wanted them to play what the clarinets were playing. So I'm creating a new part for the trumpets, and then I'll print it and pass it out to the players.
We could give a reasonably complex change and within a few minutes actually have new parts out to the players that the change affected.
It's amazing to me how Conrad's mind can perceive the colors he wants by subtracting instruments or adding instruments.
8 into 26, please. And so those have to be done on the spot, and we were able to do that because of the artistry of the orchestra, their attentiveness, and their willingness to sort of play it by ear.
It's got much more of a kind of a peril to it, much more jeopardy to it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine.
There'll just be a few notes in a minute, Conrad.
Sometimes things are happening in the control room that they're making film decisions that we're not party to, and we have to sit and wait until they're finished.
That can sometimes be a little alienating for an orchestra. So it's really important that the conductor is the link between what he knows he needs to deliver for the control room and the filmmakers and keeping the orchestra engaged.
Is this a Pro Tool thing?
Yep.
How much longer have we got? Because I can tell all my jokes.
You might have time for another joke.
My country, to join the musicians union, they don't ask you to play an instrument. They first say, "Can you tell time?" Though I did discover a new drink here that I've never heard of. Red Bull and vodka. It's called the Conductor. No. With the jokes, not that I'm looking for a second career, because if I did, I'd definitely fail at that one. My goal is to keep everyone engaged.
And so when we actually come back to them, they're all ready to go and they're focused.
So this viola player in the Boston Symphony couldn't stand Arthur Fiedler. Just hated him.
Here he comes.
Sometimes he kind of gets halfway through a joke and then the control room steps in and we don't get to hear the end of it.
So the Pops were playing this arrangement.
We're ready now.
I think we got about 3 more words each time we tried to tell it. And finally, we got to the punchline.
First piece up after intermission, and it was going to be the Mexican hat dance. So Fiedler walks out on stage, and he noticed that one of the viola players that hated him had on his brimmed Mexican hat. And he looked at the guy and he said, "Take that off." The guy said, "No." He said, "I'm going to come down there and take it off you. Come ahead." And in mid-thing, Fiedler jumps off the podium because he just is so infuriated after about 32 bars and goes after the guy, and they start to wrestle, and the audience goes wild. They think, this is the best show ever.
So we're definitely ready now.
Okay. And hey, could we do that like in about 20 minutes? The orchestra's due a break.
Sure.
Yes, there you go. Thank you. And then after a 20-minute break, I came back, and I'd just gotten all these changes from Peter, and I had so much to dictate to the orchestra. And I came up, and I raced up to the podium here, and I had my head just buried. And so somebody said, "The violas have a question. The violas have a question." I go, fine, violas have a question. And I looked up. We did a lot of very hard work, very tough work requiring a lot of concentration. But we sort of never lost sense of also just having a good time. Excellent. Suddenly, it's all been elevated in my mind. Are we just marking time till Pete gets here?
Yes.
Okay, we'll just try this and...
Save that one. Peter's schedule is a complex tap dance of his time. Every day consists of a little bit of everything, from going to scoring sessions, to visual effects reviews, to recording ADR, to sound mixing.
I thought the sound of going in and out of the thing could be a little bit more accentuated.
Having a score right there in New Zealand, it was beneficial for all. Peter's time could be used wisely.
I bet. He's all over the place. You know, he almost needs one of those segways to cruise around.
Of course, what always happens with the music recording is that it's at the most frantic time of the movie-making process. It's right in the middle of post-production. And getting the fry pan, and then you go to the guy with the mop getting whacked. So everything funnels together into this very compressed 6-8 week window. That's the sort of water you want to go for, because you believe that it's deep enough.
Pete, they're ready for you downstairs.
Okay.
I see his schedule, and I just think, well, I've got it easy. But he has a tremendous ability to be focused on whatever task is in front of him.
Even though I'm busy, I love being here. I love the music. Just having it playing while I'm dealing with all this stuff is actually a little different, which is nice. A bit of soft, gentle musical accompaniment. Music is such a heartbeat, a sort of a pulse of the movie. I mean, visual effects, design, production, that's all okay, but I don't know what's more important than music in some respects. The Dwarven themes had to have a nobility, they had to have a sadness, they had to have a sense of a faded sort of empire.
It kind of takes back to what I had thought about and what I had created in Lord of the Rings for the Dwarf Kingdom.
Howard Shore created the sound of Dwarvish culture, the sound of ruined grandeur, something that was once beautiful and proud and great, but has sort of been worn away by the horrors that have befallen it. In The Hobbit, the House of Durin theme has a very similar feel to it.
It's interesting how, with the different dwarf themes, House of Durin has become so predominant and very important piece. And House of Durin kind of takes back to the history of the dwarves and their lineage. And Thorin's theme grew out of the House of Durin.
Interesting thing is when you take that theme and you repurpose it in different ways.
With Thorin's theme, you begin with a scene that's really kind of before any of the quest has begun. You see Thorin and you hear this very shadowy version of his theme. It's not quite put together yet. The goals of that character are a little bit lost. So you see him go from discovering his quest to realizing his quest, and the music follows it.
And then, of course, we have the Erebor theme. You hear that piece and you know where you are.
And Erebor is where we get, of course, to meet a rather large dragon.
Smaug's theme had to accomplish a lot. musically. I mean, this is a much more epic, very sinister, cunning, and powerful character.
And do you now? I think Smaug required a sound and a texture different from the rest of the film.
There's one Smaug melody that's very long, it takes a long time to develop, and the other one can be done pretty quickly, just with a few notes. You can say Smaug pretty quick.
You have the basic form here. The ascending version is a little bit longer, but built on the same pitches.
I think that Smaug melody is too sort of comfortable sounding. Is there a way that we can just make it nastier?
You just want creepier?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the melody part. It's just a little too musical and too nice.
We wanted something that would play this sort of paranoid, psychotic feel.
And so rather than sort of bend the theme in a way, I thought, well, you know, what we should do is probably just do something that you never hear, that's very hard actually for them to do, which is various people doing their own interpretation and intonation.
Just all over the place. And ugly. Lots of pressure. Right near the bridge. Pretend you're taking an audition where you don't want the job.
And what they were all doing is they were all playing slightly detuned, but all differently.
Which is very hard because they've all learned to play in tune.
Wow.
Outstanding! Did you guys like
Conrad, that's wicked.
Smaug is somebody who literally is a psychopath. And music is a wonderful secret weapon. It's like the sort of Smaug melody you'd hear with a dentist trying to drill a root canal into your tooth sort of thing, just kind of, it's something that gets into your head, you know?
Watch it destroy him. Watch it corrupt his heart and drive him mad.
Well, that wasn't too bad, was it?
And by the time we get the gamelan and everything else in here, it's going to be just unbelievable.
In Smaug's theme, we use Eastern elements of the gamelan.
Gamelan's a family of instruments from Indonesia. It includes all sorts of different sounds, deep gongs, metallophones, xylophones, a lot of pitched metal instruments. It's very tied into all aspects of Indonesian culture. It was used for ceremonies, used for dances, used for puppet plays. And the legend behind it was that it was designed by this god that lived high up upon a mountain. So you have that idea of somebody up in their mountain using this sound to sort of relate to the other gods around.
You wanted to reveal Smaug as a force from the East, something very exotic, and it was a way to bring in the Eastern culture into Smaug.
There's a gamelan orchestra at the university, and I was charged with the task of going up to investigate, record some ideas, incorporate those colours and those textures with the conventional Western score.
The concept of the gamelan is the togetherness. We're playing it together.
We did a lot of things that could be used in film composition to make layers of texture and some things for the composer to use.
I mean, it's just an exotic sound. And so I would play around with different melodic parts that are tonally written in scales that evoke, pseudo-evoke the East, really.
And most of it is for the scene where Bilbo's going into the cave with all the coins and the gold and sneaking around.
I remember there were spots where we featured it. I just remember pushing up on the fader because we liked the sound. It's a good complement to a lot of the action. You'll hear little tingly, crazy sounds. They almost sound like the jewels, but they're not. They're percussive little hits that accent the stillness of that room and just the quietness.
What's that?
And all that blended together with the orchestra gets a really, really interesting colour.
While Smaug's theme dominates that last section of the picture, there is a battle going on with the dwarves and Smaug. But if you look at it from a purely musical aspect, there's a battle of themes.
Hello from New York. James and Howard here.
Hi. And suddenly these guys drop buckets on his head. So now Smaug is buying them time, and now the gold starts to go down this channel. So maybe we're almost playing Thorin's plan now. And it lifts, and now Smaug's coming at him.
The tide turns, it's going with our guys, now it's going against our guys. It's like watching a high-speed tennis match.
From a filmmaking point of view, there's so much subtle stuff that you can do that unconsciously kind of supports the story that you're telling.
And now this is the culmination of Thorin's plan.
When the statue melts, it's a triumphant moment for Thorin, and that theme's playing.
For a moment, we think that Smaug is gone. And suddenly, Smaug bursts out of the gold.
And then it changes into Smaug's theme.
The Smaug music dominates right to the very end, and you're left with a sense of, it seems like Smaug's victorious.
We're here on our last day of scoring, and we're actually recording a section of the film right now that isn't really finished. So it's very hard because we're trying to record a piece of music for a section of film that doesn't exist, and we have kind of a guide of it.
There will be visual effects shots that are finished at the very last minute. And so if you don't have a CGI dragon fighting in the forges, because you literally just haven't done that yet, you don't know how long it's going to be. You don't know whether you're talking about a 3-second shot, 5-second shot. So what you tend to do then is you must give yourself flexibility. And the best way to do that was to record the orchestra in sections.
What we would like to do is when we record this section, we're going to split it out, do it in layers. We're recording all those parts of this music separately so that as the picture changes, we'll be able to edit the music and manipulate the music and sort of rearrange it to work well with the new picture.
Yeah, so we could do the woodwinds first, please.
Woodwinds, you're up.
You hear the orchestra playing together all the time, and you hear how good it sounds, and it's a fantastic sound. But then we suddenly started breaking the orchestra up, and then you realize that every individual section is phenomenal.
Percussion, thanks, sir.
Horns, please. Strings.
The Forges was also obviously a climax, so you've got the full orchestra playing, and you've got, it's got to be very, very exciting. And you put all that together, and it sounds exactly like what Howard wrote.
Thank you very much. You've all been amazing.
So thank you. And the Silver Peter Jackson. Please don't hurt.
Thank you. No, I've just come to say that we thought we might want to do the whole score again, one instrument at a time. Hey, folks, just want to thank you very, very much. It's been fantastic. It's I've looked forward every day. I've looked forward to coming in here and sitting and hearing it all. It's just been terrific, and you've done us proud. Honestly, done New Zealand proud too. So congratulations, and thank you so much for all the incredible focus, and you've made our movie sound so incredibly good. Thank you.
There's got to be great pride from the orchestra to know that they played this score. They brought their own personalities. It's got a distinctive sound. I must say, I'm proud. If you think of film score as being, in a way, the emotional heart, because you can close your eyes, but you can never close your ears, even in the movies.
Well, film is a very collaborative medium. It's really a team, a group. There's a lot of great artists who work on a film. Great engineers. The musicians that I've worked with in England, musicians we've worked with in Wellington that have contributed so enormously. And I always thought that to make good films, you have to have this really good sense of collaboration. You have to have this balance between the arts and all the different disciplines that are required to make a film.
Of course, everybody wants to know, how does it end? All I can tell you is we've started working earnestly on the third film.
And the third part is interesting because it's really the third of 6. So you're really writing a piece between 2 and 4, and that's an interesting place. So it's not really a closure, really. It's really an ending and a beginning.
I'm very much wanting it to be 6 movies that ultimately become a grand story that you can see from beginning to end. Music unites the film, and ultimately it's going to unite the entire 6 films as well.
And now I must take my pencil to paper and write a new score. Thank you all for listening.